I saw two big gobblers on where the old Perry Animal Farm. That field there, there was two big ones yesterday. There were 6 hens, but that was in West Virginia, plus it was in crop lane. And I didn't think they'd want me walking down through the field shooting in West Virginia because it was about 1,000 yards from the road. But I haven't heard a bird in, thank you.
You're welcome.
I haven't heard a bird in.
I think you're here, Miss Janet.
West Virginia.
I think, or are you here? Yeah, you're here.
Oh.
Jennifer and Orrin, I think, are down here.
Mr. Harper has them up his, have you heard any turkeys there behind your house?
Oh, goodness.
I think they're henned up a little bit right now.
Huh?
Those two I saw yesterday. had-
Well, the psychotic weather.
Yeah,
I'll hold it for you so you don't.
but you know that I've seen gobble in snow. That one year in Virginia, it just poured down the snow. And they,
Did they?
oh, it'll snow tomorrow in certain
I'm gonna-
parts of this state.
Put this here until I get Dale.
And it showed in Nicholas and Webster County, they had inch hail. I mean,
I saw that.
it beat the cars.
Yeah, and they had, tornado warnings.
Mhm.
Evan's brother got hailed on last night in Webster County.
Yeah, big
And he
time.
said the hail was piled up on his
He said it was an
front porch.
inch in diameter.
All right.
So that would be,
Yeah, he had it.
it would put,
We need to go ahead and call this meeting to order if we can. And let me look here. So obviously, first up is Mrs. Morris from East Hardy Elementary School. I'm gonna be at this. Couldn't remember if I RSVP'd you or not.
Yeah, and I hope that all of you can make it tomorrow if you would like to come. It's from 9 to noon, and it'll be a really great morning. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. So we have had a really good year to start off with. I think you have a copy of my notes. I'm going to start off with a quick video. Okay, there we go. So this was our big White House reveal. We were so excited.
They should be.
Yeah, and it was a surprise to all the staff, besides Mrs. Hamilton and myself. I wanted to share it with all the children that couldn't read the sign yet.
I know the thing to be a lighthouse school that everybody's been working on and thinking about. I'm Dexter and I'm from 5th grade and I think it's really all our hard work we've put into this.
Dexter.
I know this is right, but I'm not
Their shoes. Like their shoes.
only choose once you decide on using.
Is that we made this a priority and we did it together as a team because it truly did take preschool to 6th grade clear across the building, and you guys just brought it. Every single person that comes in this building comments on how great you guys are. As staff, I think it says a lot for all of us that we work together and we can see those things and accomplish. Look at what we can accomplish when we all work together. So you guys are rock stars. Good job, guys.
She said, I'm a rock star, because the kids went nuts when Carrie came up there.
and being here with Mrs. Morris has made coming here and being here and getting to interact with our students and our staff one of the most enjoyable places that I've ever worked. And I'm just so happy to show up here every day and everything is so positive. And I couldn't just imagine being anywhere else. So thank you all for being here.
So I just wanted to share a little bit with you about how we revealed to our school that we had obtained our Leader in Me Lighthouse certification. It was a really great moment, I think, for our school and our students and our staff, and it was just a really special day.
What
So-
does that mean in a lighthouse school?
That's a great question. So through Leader in Me, and you guys have all heard me speak a little bit about Leader in Me at this point. Getting the Lighthouse certification means that you have, at minimum, been a Leader in Me school for 3 years, and that you have gone through a pretty rigorous, there's a rubric, and it's pretty rigorous, and you have to show evidence that you have done work in the 3 main areas of culture, academics, and leadership, and that you really have changed, in things, the way that you do things, embedded student leadership, student ownership into all areas of your school. It really is rigorous. It really takes everyone to be part of that. It can't just be, some grade levels do it and some don't, or some teachers do it and some don't. It really does have to be everyone. They send 2 reviewers from Franklin Covey to come spend the day at your school. So we had someone come visit us from Missouri, and we had another lady come from North Carolina, and they spent the whole day in our school. And, I was hands off. They went through and they spoke to the students on their own, and they spoke to a staff panel. They spoke to a parent panel that day, and then they had to, judge us against the rubric and see if we meet the criteria of what it means to be a lighthouse school. There are over 7,000 Leader in Me schools around the world. There are only over 600 lighthouse schools. So we are, in a pretty elite bunch, which is a really great honor for our building. It's not something that only a few schools are able to get. Any school, it's not a winner. Every school has the opportunity to earn this certification if they put in, the work and can show that it truly has transformed their building. And
Unlike the School of Excellence, they told us at one time, if you apply, for the most part, you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's not how this one is, for sure.
yeah,
You have to be able to show, and the kids, you can fake a lot of things,
Mhm.
but when you have people in there that your kids don't know,
Mhm.
the kids have to really be part of what's going on for them to
Right.
show.
Well, I could see a big change, because I know when I first substituted, I did not like to sub at East, that was my worst school.
East Harding, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, we have
it
people
was.
now that will only sub at East Harding.
yes. It makes me really, really excited. I do have quite a bit of, I often hear from substitutes when they come over, wow, this is such a nice school. How much they enjoy being there. So, which is,
At one time, it was just the opposite.
right. So I think it's just really a testament to how hard we've worked and where we are as a staff, and it's just a really great place to be. So I just wanted to start out by sharing that with you.
And that day, Mrs. Morris, that you had teachers speak, I thought it was really telling to see your staff come up and talk about how happy they were to be there and
Yes.
be part of that. They felt really, really good about the work they were doing.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for your teachers to get up and
It
say
is.
that.
When I shared that video of the 2 students speaking and a couple of the teachers speaking, they did not know when they came down to the assembly that morning that we were going to share, that we had earned Lighthouse certification. And after we told them, I just opened the floor and I said, is there anyone who would like to come up, students or staff? And I had a whole line of students who, kindergarten all the way up through 6th grade, who wanted to come up and share what it meant to them that we were a lighthouse school. And I shared a couple of those kids because they just did a nice job. And then same thing with staff. I offered it to, any staff member. I will share my favorite was Mrs. Melody Leatherman. She's our most senior teacher in our building. And her words were very, very meaningful. And she's actually going to share tomorrow at our leadership day. So I hope that, because I didn't want to share that today, because I know some of you will be there tomorrow, but she just had, her words are very meaningful.
Is that Donnie Evans' daughter?
Yes, it is. Yes. She's one of our Lighthouse team members, his oldest. All right, well, we'll get right into the other aspects of our my presentation here. So the first thing I wanted to share is our attendance. And when you look at the past 3 years' attendance, you'll see that overall we have really nice growth. I think that is, especially like look at December, like really nice growth in December. I think that is due to, I think we've made our families more aware of, I think just the constant, both from the county level and the school level, the awareness about how important attendance is makes a big difference. I think the magnets were a really nice touch this year so that families could have a way to keep track of what was going on. And I think that at school, we do our daily, we do a Cougars competition, and you may have heard me speak about this before. If a class has perfect attendance, they earn they earn a C. And then the next day they have perfect attendance, they earn an O. And then when they spell Cougars on their door, they earn a prize, a class reward. And we also have perfect attendance flags that the class gets really, really excited. One day I was in the hallway and I heard like screaming from pre-K. And I went down to see like what was going on, and the teachers was like, I'm really sorry, we're all here. We just stuck our attendance out. So they get really excited about it, which is really great that even from a young age, they are learning and understanding that attendance is really important.
Which grade has the best attendance?
I
Third or
would
fourth, probably?
say, I was gonna say my third grade is what I would bet. I don't know for sure, but I would bet right now my third grade
Probably
does.
the little ones miss the most, or the sixth grade.
I would say, I don't know that I can really pin it down to one grade level. I think I have particular students I have a couple students with some pretty big chronic health issues that take them in and out. And of course, we always have students who are bigger attendance concerns just because of various factors in their home lives. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can attribute it to one particular grade level, but yeah. So our attendance overall is on the increase. I included a color-coded document in there that shows last year's benchmark scores and end of year scores, and then this year's. This year's is on the bottom. And then the color coding, it kind of helps you see the same cohort of students from one grade level to the next. So, are there any trends that you all see?
Second grade is doing, or you're up to third. Oh, okay.
And remember, remember our K through 3 is based on, or our K to 2 in this document is based on STAR scores, and then 3 through 6 is based on GSA. So that's a totally different test.
I will say, the top grade 2 and the bottom grade 3 if they're the same class.
They are, but those are totally different assessments.
Yeah, that needs to be
Yes.
asterisks there. Make sure you're not comparing apples and oranges.
Mhm. So one thing that I noticed was this year our students started off the year higher overall than they did last year, which is a nice trend to see because we typically see a lot of summer slide. We typically see, coming back in the fall, really low scores. Now it is, we also do need to keep in mind that when they test at the beginning of the year, they're also being tested on the standards that they need to have mastered by the end of the school year. So in August, it's not expected, that they would show mastery on everything. We continue to have teacher data meetings where we meet 4 times a year. Our teachers get together with intervention, Title I, and we sit down, we look at data, we use that time to talk about trends that we see, concerns that we might have with student growth, and we make our intervention groupings, change at that time. We have one academic co-instructor this year, Ms. Tammy Kessner, and she is truly a blessing to our school. We are very, very grateful to have her. We also have, on a more limited basis, we have another academic co-instructor working with grades K to 3. She's a shorter contract, but those positions are truly invaluable. We really appreciate them. We appreciate the funding allotted for that. Being able to have, an experienced teacher in there to pull groups of students and help provide them with more intense intervention is very much appreciated.
Looking at these scores, I know that says mastery, like in the 5th grade, 24% in reading, and then, the 4th grade, 33%, and the 3rd, 28%. Are they reading? Are they meeting the criteria that they can read by the 3rd grade?
So we definitely still have students who struggle with that. We absolutely have students who struggle to learn to read, and that's why it's really all of the professional learning that we have with Science of Reading is really important so that we can continue to grow our instruction and improve in that area. We are seeing growth with our students being able to read. For example, I know Mr. Chan teaches kindergarten, and he was just sharing at a meeting recently that, actually it was Mrs. C, it was our intervention teacher. She was sharing that our kindergarten students coming to her for intervention, even, she asks them what are digraphs, what are blends, they know, they're in kindergarten. That's a big deal. Those are things that I think we used to not focus on until like kindergarten, but, as we've learned and we can push our students forward, we teach them things when they can handle them.
So what percentage of students do you think that you have that aren't able to read?
So that's an interesting question because I think it depends on what measurement you want to use to assess them. Are you going to use the GSA, which is which is what the state's going to use on that House Bill 3035, that test that we take. So that's going to give us a different result than if we do our classroom assessments. For example, our GSA, like our 3rd grade last year in reading was a 28% proficient. I don't believe that only 28% of our 3rd graders, what I say, can they read? I don't think that's not what the number that I would give you. I don't think that that's accurate. I think that's the percentage of kids who took that state level assessment that is very lengthy, very rigorous, sat there and answered all of those questions, the part 1, the part 2 questions correctly. I don't think that there were only 28% of our students leaving 3rd grade last year who could read.
How many students you have in the 3rd grade, do you know?
This year, there are, I think 47 right now.
147?
No, 47.
Okay.
And I may be off a number or two.
Yeah. What about 4th grade?
4th grade, I believe we're probably at 45.
And 5th?
You notice your
5th
4th grade,
is a smaller group, so they are probably right around 42 or 43.
the 4th grade's math scores are higher than the reading scores, and that's the only grade. Must have a strong 4th grade math.
Mrs. Disma is a great teacher. Yeah, she's our 4th grade math teacher. I will, we've talked about the SAT process before, which is our process for students who are struggling, who we believe may eventually lead to a learning disability, or students who just need some extra support. We currently have 32% of our students in the SAT process, which is 8% of our students. That is significant. I believe that is decreased from last year though. And then we do have 31% of our students who have IEPs, which is also a significant number for our building. Now that does encompass, everything from speech to any type of, other learning disability as well. But those are significant numbers to keep in mind as we look at data as well. One of the things that I know that you all are interested in checking out is looking at, the number of students with Ds or Fs. This is a breakdown of the first 9 weeks, second 9 weeks, and third 9 weeks across there. I will say that this year we have more Ds and Fs than I think that we have experienced at the elementary level in years past. And I think that that's largely due to when we transitioned to our new math series, you know, we also transitioned to, you know, grading on a standards-based grading situation. And we are still, the way I think we're trying to do two things at one time with that. That has kind of put our teachers in a tough spot where I think that they have had to, the way that and I don't want to delve too deeply in this and get us off track, but I know that, you know, hopefully you all have some awareness with our Inova Math curriculum, you know, it spirals. So we might touch on one concept and then instead of marching through it in a unit fashion as we used to, you know, now we're moving on to another concept and then another concept, and then we're spiraling back to the first one, which we now see, like we are seeing good results from that now at the end of the year. The trouble is at the beginning of the year when you're just, you know, touching on things, and then you got to give grades because we're still doing our A, B, C, D, F, you know, grading scale. The grades aren't always so good because you just touched on it. You haven't delved deeply into it. So I think it put our teachers in kind of a rocky situation where the grades that they were getting for students weren't the best because we were doing our spiral review. So,
Where did that come from and what's the purpose of changing from traditional to this spiral thing?
So spiral's not really new. There's a lot of curriculums that are built in a spiral fashion. This is evidence-based. I mean, this is something that our math team last year, and it was made up of different people around the county, put a lot of work into, a lot of time into deciding, you know, what was gonna be our new math series that we used. I was part of that decision-making, and I thought that it was definitely the best out of what we could get. And I'm still happy with it a year later. It's just a lot when you switch to something new like that to figure out, like, how do we, you know, we have this new series, but now we're in this situation where we're still grading on an A, B, C, D, F, you know, format, but really it's set up where we really need to look at standards-based instead.
And they've heard a little bit about that because when they visited schools, they had some teachers that were concerned with trying to do the standards-based curriculum with the grading report card. So that those were some concerns that were brought to the board members. So they're familiar with what we're talking about.
I think we have to help our teachers. I think that that's something that we have to do. We have to come up with, you know, are we doing standards-based or are we not? And are we doing letters-based and are we not? And let's make a decision and stop putting teachers in this situation where they have to, you know, walk the line and deal with both. Because I think that has, I think that's been really hard for a lot of them.
What is your teacher's choice on that? Which
I think that overwhelmingly they would absolutely say, let's go to standards-based.
For all grades?
I think
All
at
subjects.
my level, they probably would be very happy with that.
For math, not all subjects, though, just grades. We're just talking math at this point.
Yeah, I think that they would definitely be overwhelmingly in favor of that.
Do they have the option now of doing one or the other? Or do they
Well,
have to do both?
So right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but right now we're locked into the ABCDF grades with Weavis and our report cards and everything. But I think that we would be able to make a change. We just can't make it mid-year.
I see in the 5th grade, the third 9 weeks, that we had 11 children that had Ds. What do you have any idea what they covered that was so tough? Because you can see the tough spots.
I would say when I looked at the students, and I'm generalizing here right now. When I looked at the students' names who had those Ds, I think that a lot of them were students who also experienced some disciplinary incidents that 9 weeks that may have impacted their grades. Like perhaps they were, I think that some of them, part of the reason that they ended up with disciplinary incidents is because they weren't completing their work. and weren't doing what they needed to do.
But was that because they didn't understand it?
I don't think so.
Just behaviors, you say
Yeah.
classroom behaviors?
Yeah, I think behaviors impacted some of those grades, unfortunately.
Like refusals to do work, refusals to turn things in.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't think, I saw a lot of, like these, for example, in social studies, and they did some nice projects in social studies. I don't think that it was anything that was,
Yeah.
too hard for them.
Well, and then the real positive thing that I see is sixth grade. It looks like they've got it together and, are making it through the program.
Mhm. Yeah. Do you guys have any other questions about that? Okay. Child nutrition. I know that when you all came to visit my school, that you talked to students about their favorite meals, and I think overwhelmingly their favorites are, the days where I heard mashed potatoes a lot. I think that the days where they're the more hearty, meals are definitely their favorites. We have a really great working relationship with our cooks, and we work together really well. I really appreciated our cooks recently. We brought to them some concerns about like when children go on field trips, a lot of the meals that they pack are, it's a milk with it. And sometimes these children, when they're going on a field trip and they're playing all day and they're hot and they're thirsty, can we get them some extra beverages and water and get them some extra snacks? And our cooks were great, to work with us on things like that. So. I don't have participation numbers with me right now, but our meal participation is great. I think it's still very high. Walk through trends. I continue to see high engagement data. When I walk through my classrooms, the students are very engaged. They're interested in what they're doing. We've got great teachers. I see really good iNovaMath implementation, which is our new math series. Our teachers have really, I think, just kind of grabbed that, taken it on, and really just dove into it. It's been very successful in our building, and the iNovaMath representatives who come and provide the professional learning and the coaching have been very complimentary of our teachers at East Hardy Elementary for how they have just really worked hard to make sure that they're doing it correctly and that they're helping students succeed. I continue to see really great science of reading implementation in classrooms. Our teachers are really taking what they're learning through our letters and our science of reading professional learning, and they're directly applying it. In fact, I had a really great conversation yesterday with Ashley Riggleman, our school psychologist, and some of our teachers, and we were talking about the assessments that we use. The assessments that we use now, to determine students' reading needs are directly from, that we've learned from letters. So we really are, applying everything that we've learned. We continue to see great progress with our SRSD writing. That is something that I think our students have really improved on this year is, their use of writing. If you walk down our hallways, if you come tomorrow and you can walk down our hallways, you'll see some really great examples of writing out and about. It's really cool to see how, now that we've been a Leader in Me school for 3 years, the language really is embedded into what we do. And now I'm starting to see, not only staff members use the language, but you hear kids using it as well among themselves, which is just really cool to walk in a classroom and hear students talking about, being proactive or, hey, let's think win-win together. That's a really neat thing to walk in and overhear and see. Teachers are very receptive to feedback, and we are actually working with Marshall University on a project called DataWise. We were asked to participate. DataWise is a protocol through Harvard University that was developed that a team from Marshall went and learned about it and came back to West Virginia, and they needed a school to do it with, so they asked us. And through that process, our teachers have to actually do peer observations, and we've started doing a little bit of that this year, and they've been really receptive, and they've really enjoyed being able to get into each other's classrooms and learn from one another. All right, so discipline data. One thing that I did want to share, I forgot to put the total number. I think we've had 40, it was either in the 40s or 50s numbers of incidents reported in the system. But when you look at it, I think it's really interesting to just kind of break it down and see what all it is. 63% of our discipline referrals are from just 6 students. So it's really just a handful of students who typically make up the most of that. 49% of our discipline referrals currently are from the bus. So I think that's also interesting to look at and understand when you look at the number of incidents that, half of them are not even actually taking place in the school building. And I did want to share with you a couple of examples. We really are seeing growth with our kids. I have one student that we have worked with tremendously. And I was talking with this student earlier this year, and she walked out and she said, I did it. I know I should have controlled myself, but I didn't. And I know I need to just be honest and tell you that I did it. And it was just like, our counseling and all the things that we're doing, it was just this moment of like, this is working, that she was able to put into words, I need to take accountability for my actions and I need to be honest. So that was a really good moment. And then I had 2 other students who recently were talking to Mrs. Mullen, and she was so impressed with them when she got to speak with them. They said, we're up here because we had a conflict, but don't worry, we've already sat here and we've already talked and we have resolved it between the 2 of us. And just the ability to use the language, that we had a conflict and that we've resolved it.
Step 1.
Yes. And one of the students, I believe, even, went so far as to say, we didn't, one of the 7 habits is seek first to understand, then be understood. And the student was able to say that that's what they didn't do in the moment when they had their recess conflict. So those moments are really cool, and, we have to kind of hold on to them. And those are the moments where you're like, yes, what we're doing is working, and we are seeing that growth. So family and involvement and communication continues to be a pretty big thing for us. We have a really active Parent Lighthouse team. We send out Cougar Chronicles newsletters. We've had lots of family events, and I believe I have sent some of those out to you all so that you can be in attendance if you would like. Currently, we have 10% of our staff are long-term subs. And those are in our self-contained special education room. Art, we have a 2nd grade overage, so we have, 2 teachers in the 1 classroom, and then in our gifted position. So I think it's good to just kind of note that, it's slightly up from last year, but it's significantly down from 2 years ago.
How many gifted students do you have?
I believe 8 right now. I might be wrong on that, but that is a county position. So they serve all schools in the county.
And it's the same criteria everywhere
To be
to be gifted?
qualify as gifted, yes. It's a statewide criteria.
Okay,
Yeah.
because we
And
have
I may
0.
be wrong with my number.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
I don't remember how many I have, but there's 8 kids sticking out in my mind right now that I know for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You need to do a count sometime of how many red-headed students you have.
Yeah.
You all have an abnormally high number.
Yeah.
I've tried to talk a kid into doing a science fair project on it, and what the likelihood, but I mean, it just shows that people stay around here and the gene pool and stuff, but you all really have a large number.
I don't know that I had ever noticed that until you pointed that out. But yes.
Oh, they stand out.
Yes.
Huh?
Gonna say we're inbred, then.
Oh, heck no.
Transportation, that is I have nothing but good things to say about our bus drivers. I mean, they work really hard. They have great things to say about our students. They have great relationships with our students. They do a nice job. So I think that, if you see one of our bus drivers, from the East Hardy side, Just, they do a nice job.
But you had 49% of your disciplines
I do.
from the bus.
I do. Most of those are,
From a
the
couple
same
drivers?
students.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because certain drivers usually, as a principal.
Somewhat, but I will say that I think that they're valid.
They let the principal solve the problem.
Yeah, well, I do
You
think
have
that
some,
they're valid.
yeah, you have some of that.
Most of them are this, so again, it's a handful of students making those up. Finances, I think that we're in really great, financial shape. We, have been really blessed to, we've done one fundraiser as a school, the past couple years with our chocolate fundraising, and that has been very, very beneficial to us. Now our Parent Lighthouse team and our, we'll still do a couple of fundraisers, but as far as a school, we just do the chocolate and it's been great. So I feel good about, not.
Can I go
Not
back
everything
to
to
the
that.
Parent Lighthouse team?
Sure.
How are those parents chosen?
So it's really it's like our PTO. Like we call it PTO / Parent Lighthouse team. So it's any parent who wants to be involved.
Okay. So basically you have people who are interested, so that's why,
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, we have a really good group of involved parents who come to that.
okay.
I did want to share with you enrollment numbers. So the past 3 years, that's when we've been pre-K to 6th grade. And, we are up 45 students from last year, which is like a whole grade level in my building. It's a whole entire grade level that we've, feel like we've added. And I think that's just it's from a variety of factors. We've had some people move in. We have had several students who have chosen to come to our school who have previously, they live in Hampshire County, and they say our school is closer or, just as close to their home, and they say, hey, we keep hearing great things about East Hardy, can we come there? So I have had several students come in that fashion as well.
Have you had some return from homeschool
I
or
had,
virtual?
couple. Yes, I want to say I had 2.
Okay.
Yes.
Everyone counts.
Yes.
How many retentions do you have for you normally?
Student-wise, this year, we have not made final decisions, but we're looking at like a possibility of 2 to 3.
Is that kind of average year to year?
That's a little high for us, honestly.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. Research honestly doesn't really support retention, so we try not to, do too many of those unless there's unless there's like a significant need and it kind of shows that it would be beneficial.
See, I thought this new standard-based stuff, that's the purpose of it, to retain.
So
return
it is,
retain them early.
It is very conflicting in the education community because that House Bill 3035 does say that kids who don't pass one test in 3rd grade are going to be retained. And that is really,
When's that start?
the class that's in 1st grade this year will be the first one that's affected.
Because the state of Monday.
It is, I don't think that they asked teachers when they made that legislation.
It
Do
won't,
you
it
think?
won't last more year because it's going bankrupt.
It's just, and it's hard, because there's
fail.
kids who are, now there are ways to, not retain a student through that legislation if, you've provided, some intervention and some different things. But it's just really hard as an educator to think that there's one test that they're gonna take on one day, and that's gonna determine if they pass or fail a grade level.
Talk about pressure.
Yeah, that's just a tough thing for me to swallow. I know I'm getting a little short on time here, so I'm just gonna kind of go through this. Social emotional, we continue to have EA Haas, behavioral health, and KBC come into our building. They see 16% of our students. They see 61 students, plus there's 3 pending intake. So that's a lot of our kids who need extra support. They are wonderful and they do a wonderful service in our school. So we're really happy to have them. I call us our student support squad. Mrs. Mullen, our assistant principal, Mrs. Wolf, our CIS, and Mrs. Taylor, our counselor. We meet weekly and, we talk about, students who, we need to kind of keep tabs on and make plans for them and such. So I think that's a really good thing for our building that we meet so often with that. Moving forward, as we dig into intervention, we're changing, I think in our county, some of the ways that the state is asking us to do and document interventions. So that's a big rock for us, going into next year, is to get our schedule aligned, figure out our intervention, and, get all of that documented the way that it needs to be. So that's a big rock for us that I'm sure you'll hear more about, in the coming months. This past year, I led a math book study with a math book for teachers, and it was really beneficial. My staff loved it. So there's another one next year that we're going to get into. So that'll be some professional learning that we engage in. You have a handout, I believe, about 4DX. That comes from Leader in Me, and that's something that we're going to dig deeper in next year. That's an area of growth for us, and that is really all about goal setting and meeting your goals, and helping to track your goals, and making sure that you're doing the right things to meet your goals. I already talked a little bit about the DataWise process through that we're working with Marshall University, and I gave you a handout for that. And we have our Leader in Me Lighthouse certification. So that was a really big step for us. That was a really big moment. We do have to recertify in 2 years, and we have to, in order to obtain that, we have to show that we have grown. We cannot stay stagnant. Through that process, we have they identified some pluses and deltas for us. Pluses are the things that we did, well, and deltas are the things that we need to grow in. And we have to, show evidence that we have grown with our deltas. So those will be our goals for the next 2 years, so that we can recertify. So, and then I just kind of ended here with a quote. I really love this quote from Muriel Summers. She is the principal who heard the 7 habits, and she's the principal who went back to her school in North Carolina and actually created Leader in Me, and she's now the global ambassador of Franklin Covey. And she just said, "We only get one chance to prepare children for a world that none of us can possibly predict. What are we going to do with that one chance?" And I really like that quote, because I think that we have, we talk about that and we think about that a lot in our building. What can we do to prepare our students for their futures? What opportunities can we give them? What can we show them? What can we help them do and learn?
Ambassador's building.
Oh, it is. Now, why did you catch that, Mr. Hines?
Teacher.
It is.
And Miss Sims.
It is.
Yeah, you had Miss Sims, that's right.
Yeah. Listen, this and Leadership Day are back-to-back on the same week is a little tough.
Good job, Mrs. Morris. Thank you.
So, do you have any questions that I can help you on with?
How about, school culture and staff morale and your cleanliness?
I think that, let me do cleanliness first. I think that it's okay. I think that, any issues that we have, I address with our custodians, but I think that they work hard, and they, I think that they like to feel appreciated, because I think that they, like for yesterday we had a concert, and at the end of the concert, as people are leaving, he got sick in the gym, right? Where everyone's trying to leave, and those are those moments where you really appreciate your custodians, because they'll kind of swoop in and help, clean up those things. So, and then as far as school culture goes, I think right now we're in a really good place. I think that everybody's, really pleased with how hard we've worked and where we are with everything. I think that we're very united in our goals.
If you could do something at your school, what would it be, as far as the physical state of your school?
That's a great question. Physical state of our school. So I'd like to power wash our building. I'd like to have new bleachers. So our bleachers are pretty, they they are kind of old. And if you all have been at an event anytime recently, the first step is really high. So we often have people who come and feel like they have to sit on the bottom because the first step is really high. That is a need that I see for our building. We could absolutely use a heavier, more durable tarp for our gym floor. Whenever we have, and those are very expensive. Whenever we have events, the one that we have, we really have to tape down and everything. So I would love to have a better, more durable tarp. I'd love to create, outdoor garden space, and an outdoor learning area. I'm sorry, I think I gave you like 5 there. But those are all things that we'd love to do, the physical, aspect of our building.
Okay.
Coming into your building was really a neat experience. Everything
Thanks.
just seemed to be so positive and the kids so outgoing and so welcoming.
Thank you.
And
That is
I
exactly how we want it to be.
I will always like Chase. He'll be my
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah, he's a really great kid.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, meeting Harley Orr Staggers the
Mhm.
fourth was a neat experience.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have curly hair?
Once
Oh,
upon a time.
my.
Yeah, I think that he's already as a kindergartner, he is showing he's got really good leadership skills.
Oh, absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. So many of them did.
They
It
do.
was so impressive.
And I think that thank you. I think that that's been something that's been really important to us as we've grown with Leader and Me, is to ensure that all students are developing those leadership skills. And that doesn't mean that all kids are gonna, be the front and center speaker and the president of an organization. That means developing these skills and these habits in their lives so that they can, attain the goals that they've set, and they can do the right thing when no one's looking, and they can be the one who is a leader to others. So that has been important to us, and I was really glad those of you who were able to visit our building that day got to see our hallway huddles and our grade level meetings, because those, were things that we put in place this year to ensure that all students have a voice in what happens in their school.
From the youngest up.
Exactly.
It was awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Good job.
How are you? They think they're done. I want to say hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. Turkey season. I think about you every time. Turkey season, turkey season.
That's great.
Oh, thank you.
How's your puppy?
Oh, she's going to be ornery, but she's smart as a tack.
Cute little puppy.
It's a chub. Thank you. Yeah, Berta had a dog, and Berta's dog got lost while she was in Texas, and wonderful. And she got home, and 2 days after she got home, the daggone dog came back, and she said, "Mickey won't let me have 2 dogs." I said, "I'll take it. I'll take it." How are you, Sean? I'm fine. How are you, Miss Janet?
I'm doing well.
Good. I'm signing up for Medicare and PIA, I'm at that age, I love it. Yeah, I'm a Medicare eligible. Oh, I do. I have church in the barn now,
I saw that.
and church in the barn includes food.
Well, yeah.
Well, that should draw a shot.
Whew. Well, I don't know if you all remember Drew McKelly from up at, the college.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Table of Grace, and her thing is, you come spiritually, but we're gonna feed you physically. And feeding you physically sometimes wears me out, but we're doing okay. I'm like, just so I have sort of an idea, how many. Oh, Dixie, you look real good.
Well, thank you.
What have you been up to? Running back and forth?
Well, yeah, good bit. I have to head down there next next week to take care of the kids.
Well, I'm thankful for Melvin Shook, because if it wasn't for Melvin Shook, I wouldn't know anything. Thank you, Melvin, for being my friend. I just asked the girls, I said, y'all don't put nothing on Facebook. I don't know anything that's going on except for what Melvin puts on.
No. I remember
He
that.
does a good job.
Yes, he does, he does a good, great job. So it's good seeing you all.
Likewise.
All right,
Good seeing you.
thank you.
What happened?
She fell off her wall, concrete patio wall on her face,
What made her fall?
lost her balance.
Well, Dan and I hope.
When did that happen?
Sunday. Sunday afternoon.
Good.
Bless her heart. She's had so
Nose
much.
was broken, she had a concussion.
Yeah.
Did they pack it? Her nose?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah.
Bless her heart. Have her girl problems gotten any better? Her female stuff?
Not really.
Is
Not
it
yet.
really? That thing's still on?
I don't like that at all. That takes the privacy out of it. Now I can't talk.
There you are.
Just don't have a moment, so I'll just do it and get it over with. Hi, I know you haven't seen me, I was ice on my face. Sorry. I'm getting old. Over 15 fabulous, don't jump off the wall in Crocs anymore like you used to,
No.
because you do face plants on the concrete.
Oh my God.
Bless your heart.
Which arm?
This one,
Where's your sling?
I don't have it on. I don't want this
Have you
thing.
heard anything yet?
I don't know the results of the x-rays yet. It's
Sheena.
probably just severely sprained.
Okay.
Hey.
They let that thing on.
How are you?
Yeah, here.
Yeah?
It's feeling stupid. It's the law. 100% feeling stupid.
How's Tanya liking things?
Well, she loves
Good.
good change for her and for me.
Yeah.
I didn't know everybody was gonna be here. I just brought like 6 of these. So, really important people.
Well, thank you. We appreciate being involved in that, even if you aren't.
Hi, Mr. Hines. Haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? Good. Thank you. And who am I missing?
Roy.
He's right here.
Poor Jennifer.
Man, she looks bad.
Yeah.
Mike, I'll need one of those either, if you can email it to me, or
Yeah, I got one more. I didn't know she had one of those.
if you give her one, she'll give it to me.
Okay. Where am I sitting?
You're standing.
I ain't standing. I never stand in these things.
You can sit there and that's you if you
Yeah.
want. Jennifer did come in.
Yeah, that's Roy.
That one's empty, I think.
Yeah, that one's in. Mr. Mack,
Huh?
that chair's empty. Get you a
Yeah. Oh,
more
that's what I
comfortable
said,
chair. It's a good thing you'd seen the picture, huh?
Doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could go ahead and look, so.
Oh. Here, Sheena, go. Okay, you go.
Oh,
ahead.
we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you were waiting on Miss Amy or not. Okay, I just brought some handouts. Gave you a little packet, and I'm not gonna go through everything verbatim. Y'all just had the pleasure, most of you came and visited our school. The switch to MIS for me has been very good. it's been a very positive experience for me. Being at the middle school for 11 years and then the high school for almost 8. It's been kind of nice just to, be at different schools. Started my career out at the elementary school. So, it's been a really good change. It's been a positive change. I think our school culture, it's on down the list there, but I think I like to think that our school culture is pretty good right now. I think we haven't got the surveys back yet. We took the school surveys, the climate surveys. They haven't come back yet. Hopefully they come back with some positive feedback. The surveys are surveys, but I've enjoyed the change. I think the teachers are doing a great job. They put in a lot of hard work, a lot of time, a lot of effort. The elementary school level, I kind of lost that focus for a while, but to see the day-to-day grind of an elementary teacher, it's quite the day. And when they put in a day, they put in a day. So I'm very appreciative of what they do. The top of your list, you had grades. I didn't print out grades because grades at our school are very good. We only really have one student that may be in jeopardy of not moving on to the next grade and being retained, which we're in contact with that family and the parents. Hopefully we can get things worked out. We have 100% students moving on from grade to grade without any retention. Don't know how that's going to go in the next year with all the stuff coming in with third grade. So that'll be a new game that we play next year to see how retention works with next year and testing and how many students they actually recommend that get retained. So I'll be working closely with Dr. Van Meter on that and see how that goes. But normally at the other schools, I'd bring a DF list in here and we go through why we have so many Ds and so many Fs, but that's not a concern at where we are at grades 3, 4, and 5. Our benchmark data, it is in the packet. You probably get to see that through Miss Bonnie Hillman-Kreis's report that she sends out to you guys. I put ours in there. Our benchmarks, I'm pretty. You want one of these, Miss? You want one of these?
Yes, if you have one, please. Thank you.
I talked to Mr. Stutler a lot because his test scores over the last several years have been very good. And I showed him some of what our benchmarks look like from 1 to 2. And looking at our benchmarks too, he seems that we are really headed in the right direction to hopefully perform pretty well on the GSA. So we'll see. We've been hitting that very hard at school lately. The GSA does have the practice site. We've been using it a lot. And for our benchmarks and for our learning teams goals are our teachers, when they set their goals, they use the GSA practice site to actually test the students to see if they are attaining the goal that they set. So when you see on our benchmarks, when you says goal has been met and they've done a new goal and that goal has been met, what they're doing is they're taking practice questions from the GSA test site and they're giving them to their students. And once they hit their 65% or 70% or whatever their goal is, then they say they have met that goal and then they rewrite another goal and we move on. So that's how they are assessing their goals. That's something that I brought to them coming in. I thought that was really important for us to know what's out there on the actual test itself. Because if you haven't had a chance to come to one of our learning days at school, I think we're having one for the 4th grade coming up. The teachers will do a little 25-minute presentation and they'll take you through the practice site and they'll show you actual test questions. And you will be very surprised at the difficulty of some of the questions. Because it's not just 9 times 9 equals 81. There's a lot to the question, a lot of deciphering, a lot of reading, and interpretation of vocabulary words. So,
When is that learning day, Mike? Do you remember?
for the 4th grade one,
Yeah.
the 4th grade one coming up.
Real soon, isn't it, I believe?
have it here. I'm not sure.
You know, you're telling us about when you were out visiting.
Yeah,
I forgot. to
we'll
write
make
the
sure
date
you
down.
know, we'll make sure you
Just
get,
send us it.
that you get an update for it. But they're very informative and
April 23rd.
Yeah, okay.
Lunch and learn, April.
yes, lunch and learn. And then they also do a little presentation of websites that kids get on. And I just had a incident of that occurring, with kids being on a bad website. It was called Omegle. And it was actually probably pretty popular, probably 10 years ago or so. I had a lot of kids in the middle school and stuff when it first came out. But, and I saw your puzzled look. I was puzzled too. So I had about 3 or 4 kids that we found that were on this website. And actually what it is, it's a live chat website. So you pull up the website, it's not an app, it's just a website. You just pull up the actual web address and it asks you, do you want to join a live chat? And you just hit yes or no. And if you hit yes, the next question will say, are you male or female? And Tony did it with me. I said, can we just do it so you can show me what it is? Because I had no idea either. And he said, yeah, let's do one. So he was a male. And as soon as he hit male, boom, some guy from Turkey popped up on the other end of the screen, all tattooed up and ready to have a live chat with whoever. And I guess the whole creation of the thing was like it was a way to like chat with people in all around the world, but you never know who you're gonna get.
Is this video chat?
Yeah, it's a live video chat.
To say you can't tell your gender, can you?
So, and apparently if you don't like that person, you can swipe right or whatever, and then it'll bring up another person. Well, apparently there's a lot of really explicit things that go on
And
the
the
other.
name of it's Amigo?
Omegle, yeah.
How do you spell it?
OMEIGAL, I believe it is. I'll have it. I can send it to you. But we found several kids on it. And then when we brought to Mr. Tony's attention, then he found that there were other, because the original website is blocked, but they have found out a way to make it like Omegle, instead of Omegle.org, and now it's Omegle.fun, Omegle. Whatever. So they found a way around.
OMEGLE.
So he's figured out how to block them all. Yeah, I may have spelled that wrong. So anyhow,
Was there any other schools that you found?
yes, yeah, he found, it was MIS, we had some at MMS, we had some at Morpeth High School. It wasn't an overabundance, but there was maybe 2 or 3 at each school. And then he managed to get them all blocked. But I was really surprised when that all of a sudden.
Turkey showed up.
Yeah, he was from Turkey. He was in Turkey. I mean, he was live in Turkey.
That's one of the countries you don't want to visit.
And of course, he immediately just got off of it and deleted it. But I was like, well,
They're
I guess
becoming
it
more
worked that
numerous.
fast.
Yes, they are.
But anyhow, I'm excited. I know we'll start taking the GSA in May when we get back from our Easter vacation. We have 1 more week and then we start GSA testing the week after that, so the first week in May. So hopefully we make some strides and some improvement. I really am looking forward to that. I didn't think I would ever say that, but the teachers have been working hard. Our science scores right now, our science benchmarks were like 34%. So we've never been, I don't think we've ever tested above 16%. So I don't know. I mean, she's been using that website a lot too. So maybe it is going to help us. So I really hope that it does. The Marshall walkthroughs, I didn't bring copies of those because they're pretty much private, but I do share those with Miss Van Meter when she wants to see those. Honestly, I visit everybody's classroom probably at least once a week. Some of the classrooms I'm probably in 2 or 3 times a week. I don't write them down as official walkthroughs all the time, but I am in classrooms every day. I mean, every day.
How was the Marshall walkthrough different from the Bill, what was his name, Piercy? How are they different from those? What's the main
The
difference?
Marshall walkthrough is very simple. It's just 3 questions. I mean, it's just still 3 things I figure out. Are they on topic? Are they teaching what they're supposed to be teaching? And are the kids showing that they're
Do you meet with the
understanding
teacher after the walkthrough?
Yeah, I usually just talk to them. I usually meet with them during their planning, or I catch them in conversation in the hallway. I don't email them unless it's something, I see something that I don't like, I might put it in writing, but
With
I
the
haven't.
Piercy walkthrough, there was a lot more
These are short bursts, more
Yeah.
frequent. Is how
Well, like I said, those walkthroughs with the Piercies were almost like observation to
Yeah.
me.
Yes, they were kind of.
They were lengthy. They were too lengthy.
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett, as Josh said, called him.
But I think the teachers have finally gotten used to me because I just go in all the time.
When
So,
we were there visiting, your staff talked about you stopping in a lot, and they appreciate that, I think.
yeah, I just like to go
They
in.
enjoy
and
you just being there to have somebody to talk to if they need to.
I enjoy it. It makes my day better because sometimes you do pop in and I'm like, how's your day going? What's going on? And they're like, well, little Johnny over here is having some issues. I was like, well, I'll take little Johnny with me for a little while
No, it keeps you ahead of things.
and we'll go back. So it
Keeps you
saves
out
them
of
a
trouble
headache.
before it gets out of hand.
And I think the kids realize I pop in too because they never know where I'm going to pop up. So it's kind of.
Well, and if you're, like with this Marshall walkthrough, since it's been staged down a little bit, that's good.
Yes.
Because you can be honest and the teachers shouldn't be
Yeah,
overly offended.
right. Every time I walk in, I'm not saying, where's your lesson plans? Where's
Yeah.
this? Why is this not?
Yeah,
It's
you're
not-
not the school police.
No.
Yeah.
And
Just-
it's nice because I can catch them at any time. I don't
Yeah.
have to be there for a full, if you're doing an observation, you like to either catch the beginning, first 20 minutes, or sometimes you really like to catch the last 20
Sure.
minutes to see how they finish.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a lot less invasive for them. And they're not nervous about it because I don't have to announce it and they're used to me wandering around now and seeing you. I mean, they were probably pretty comfortable when you all were
Oh,
out to visit. Child nutrition, our lunch and breakfast count, I'm pretty sure, I haven't seen the official numbers, but they gotta be very good. I mean, those kids they eat breakfast and our grab and go, we offer two. We offer the hot breakfast in the morning to everybody. And then we have the grab and go that starts at 8 o'clock that they can grab and take it down to the room and eat if they want. I've only met the new lady one time, seemed very nice. I know Miss Penny talks very good about her, so she's excited about the new change there.
Yeah.
So she thinks there'll be some good things coming.
I think so.
So she was very happy about that. Parent involvement and communication, wow, this is like something I wasn't used to. Coming from the higher level, it's usually very difficult to get parents and families involved and they do so many things at MIS, family nights, back to school nights. We did father-daughter dance. We had the big dance out at the barn. We've got several others coming up. And the teachers really enjoy it. So that's the fun part. I guess what I really missed, and I started to miss, didn't realize I was missing it, was that now kids like to come to school. I'm at a place where kids really enjoy school. They don't try to skip it. They don't try to get out of stuff. And, when you have an event, the parents want to actually be involved with the event. Like we're on a fishing trip today. So they're all at the lake fishing today and the parents are very much involved, meeting the child over there, fishing with their kids. And,
that's quite an experience if you've never done that.
it is. I can remember when we used to take the whole school. And
Right.
we would end up with too many kids, and kids
Exactly.
getting hooked. Remember the kid that got hooked in the eye, and we were talking about
That's
that
the
today.
ones I remember when it was the whole school.
It was just too many kids. It's just a fourth grade field trip today, so it's
Where did it go?
Warden Lake, yeah.
Did
Get
the
some of
lake
the
get
gold-
stopped?
Especially
Get some of
really
the
windy
golden
this
trout.
afternoon. but-
Did the lake get
Gold Rush
stopped?
days. They,
They stop it still.
Yeah.
they hook, if they hook
Usually
one,
they
it's
rip off
got
in there,
a tag
they
on it, you get
stop
money
in
there.
there.
The golden
Used
trout.
to anyway.
I think so.
But we have School and G, we have our parent teacher nights, we use the Thrillshare app, we still have the sign out front that we put stuff on for the car rider loop people to see when they come through. Our website, Ms. Armentrout does a great job keeping everything posted on there, our leaders of the week and all the good things that are happening at MIS. If you jump on there, there's always something going on and she really keeps the calendar up to date. So if you want to know what's coming, what's out there, future events, she keeps that up very, very good. Our transportation, I don't have any issues. I do have it's not a complaint, a suggestion, with things like field trips. We were curious if there's a way to make a field trip request, because when you do a field trip with the elementary level, with the chaperones and the chaperone list and all the stuff that goes with it, they were wondering if there's a way to put in a transportation request and just say, hey, we're gonna need 3 buses on this date to go here. Is that available? And then if we get back, says, yes, that date's good, we can have you 3 buses on that date. Now, could we do the full-blown, here's the full-blown request with,
Yeah, I think you could just call Elaine.
because if not, really, the first request, I don't want to say that, but the first request is not accurate because they don't know, they haven't collected the money, they haven't done the true chaperone list is not actually.
Yeah, I think you
on
can just
point.
work through Irena and just shoot an email or say, hey, we're thinking about this. Can you get this secured? And then if you can get those things, we'll do the official request.
Okay.
So it saves you the trouble.
Okay, because they asked about that. I said, wow, I asked, I said, that's a pretty good idea, because I never really thought about it. But these guys plan, some of these field trips, they plan 2 and 3 months ahead. So they really don't know who the chaperones are yet, and they haven't, everybody hasn't paid to go yet. Okay, that's good news.
What happens if you had kids who want to go but don't have the money?
We take care of it. Yeah, everybody that, if they want to go, that's never an issue. We can do that through community and schools or school funds. We can take care of, make sure that they get to go, for sure.
Okay, good.
Yep. Yeah, that's never an issue.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
You said you communicate to your parents. I meant to ask previous, through your website. Not communicate, but I guess if
Inform.
I'm a parent, I can look at your website and pretty much know everything's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, you can look at our calendar on there.
All right. And I don't know which school, but they said if you wanted to know anything, you got to have Facebook. And that threw a red flag in my, because I don't do Facebook.
Yeah, I don't either.
And so I
Well,
just think if we have schools and we have school websites,
Mhm.
then that's where the school should be, I won't say communicating to the parent,
Yeah.
but informing the parent of what's going on.
So our ThrillShare, we have an app called ThrillShare that every principal has. And when you open up that ThrillShare app, and I just want to show you just this will make more sense. When I open it up, it does the face thing or whatever for me. And I put live feed and I hit add, then I create a post. And the first thing that it gives me the option of doing is it puts it on the website, right on the school website automatically. And then I can also do Facebook, Twitter, live feed, which shows up on the website as a feed. A notification, which they get on their phone, not a text, but it pops up, a text message, a voice call, and an email. And so I can select all of those things. And then it goes to all those places at one time, including the website. So as long as the school, whoever's doing the, host, for example, if it's Mrs. Mumal, I guess if she's doing that, if she uses the app through ThrillShare, it'll post it to Facebook, but it'll also post it on the website.
Okay.
So I will make sure that everybody's doing it that way, so it's hitting all those places at once, even if you're just doing Facebook and the website, or Facebook and Twitter and the website, or however, we'll make sure everybody's using it that way. I mean, they can still go right to Facebook and post it, but if they use it that way, it hits all those places at once. So it should be
I
easy.
can't imagine I'm and Mr. Michael are the only 2 people that don't have Facebook.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But
Probably right.
obviously with this thing, I can look at our website.
Yeah,
Yes.
and when we cancel school for the weather, I use that app. So when people get the call, it goes on Facebook and it goes on the website and the text, it all happens at the same time too. So it's not that delay.
That would be good, because I forget who was telling me that, but it was just the other day, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh no, if you want to know anything about that school, you gotta have Facebook. I'm like,
Yeah, I'll remind them to make sure that they're putting it out through every platform for people.
the one thing that is good on Facebook is when you put your pictures of your leaders and, all of those things, the math masters and the
Yes.
reading. That's good.
That will go out there, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good.
We'll make sure they're going on the website too.
Yeah.
People can go
Oh,
on
yeah.
and look and see.
You can see them on there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way.
We get a lot of compliments about that, believe it or not. I didn't realize that, but I've had a lot of people that say they enjoy seeing that. I was like,
Parents love
wow,
that.
I don't know if I've ever really seen them because I don't have Facebook, but that people tell me that they see us on
Yeah,
there a
it's,
lot.
it's
Yeah.
nice to see the kids get that recognition.
Oh, and the parents and grandparents and relatives are all so proud,
Right, right.
and they should be, you know.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
We have parents call and say, my child hasn't been selected as leader of the week yet. When are they gonna get that? Well, that's not my call. It's the teacher's call. Usually throughout the year, at some point in time, most of them get, unless they just,
Tried really hard not to.
Most kids get to be leader of the week. Yeah. And they do look forward to it. They really do.
Each classroom teacher gets to choose one.
They do, each classroom teacher. That's part of our leader, it's part of the leader in me
Yeah.
that we do. Our attendance rate's very good. Miss Judy, our CIS worker, I didn't realize how involved she was with attendance until I got to MIS. She does a fantastic job with attendance. Chronically absent students has always been a big nemesis for all principals because it's just something that it's very difficult to make it go away. And she does a really good job. She actually has a little trophy. So kids that are chronically absent, she brings them in, she talks to them, she doesn't counsel them, but she gets to know them and gives them different reasons to come to school other than just to come because you gotta come. So, just to get A's, B's, and C's, some kids that doesn't motivate them, sometimes having a little job at school or a different purpose. So she's good at being creative with trying to get students to come to school and contacting families and seeing what issues are out there, why they don't want to come to school. And then she has a little trophy that every month she will announce out of her little group that she has of which one of them has brought their attendance rate up from where it used to be. So they celebrate that. So that is our chronically absent kids that they don't realize they're coming to school more, but they actually are coming to school more because she's kind of come at it from a different angle. So she's very creative with what she does, and she gives out awards every month. We do it at lunchtime before they go to recess. She gives out the monthly awards, and I mean, the first time I didn't realize it, and the next thing I wasn't out there. I was kind of down the hall, and I heard this big roar. Yeah, I mean, I was like, what's going on? I came up, she was getting out her attendance awards, so they get the trophy. They get to keep the trophy in their classroom for the month. So they're pretty proud about those kind of things. So again, you're talking about grades 3, 4, and 5. Kind of forgot what it was like to be a kid. So they do like trophies. They do like small rewards and things that really motivate them to come to school. But all the credit with the attendance incentives and things that go on at our school, Miss Judy does a fabulous job with that. She really does. We did do a competition with Moorfield Middle School. We did it for, where were we? I think we started it November 1st and we ran it all the way up through Christmas break. And it was our third grade against his fifth, our fourth against his, or my third against his sixth, my fourth against his seventh, and my fifth against his eighth. So we were comparing attendance rates for those grades. And we won all three of them. So he owes our school, he owes us ice cream. So it hasn't paid up yet. So we were supposed to do another one, but we sent the reminder that he owes us ice cream.
We'll
So-
remind him.
Yeah, we'll make sure we bring that.
Yeah, that would be great. Asking if he's paid his debt. So we were doing a couple little different battles there to see if we could get it because, our fifth grade is kind of comparable to his eighth. It seems like the older they get, the more they like to kind of check out. So we were doing it that way. But that was fun. But yeah, he hasn't paid up yet. Social emotional is on there. I think I did put a little slide in here in your packet on social emotionals and family involvement. But we do have community schools again with Miss Judy. I am bragging her up a lot. She does a really good job. I've actually gone out on a couple home visits with her as well. Miss Earl, if you don't know who Miss Earl is, she's the guidance counselor for elementary. We split her with MES. She has implemented the Camp Timber and Circle of Friends. She is, I really wish she would go get certified. She does a really great job with the kids when you go, and she's always doing different activities. And sometimes they're outside doing things, and of course she's always in the classroom, and she bounces from classroom to classroom, but she's accepted her role very well, and the kids respond to her very well. We have EA Haws, they come to us. I think they're at our school now. I don't know if they're like 4 days a week now, so they come to our school a lot. So we have a lot of services through EA Haws. They come all the time. Ashley Riggleman comes out, Marcia Riggleman come out. They don't have to come out a lot, but they do. So they do come out and evaluate our kids when needed. So they're very useful to us as well. For those of you that just visited, our school is very clean. Heidi and Dave do a tremendous job. She's already got things laid out for the summer. She already told me what week I wasn't allowed to be in the office. She's gonna tear everything out. Yeah, they do a really great job. Our school is very, very clean. They do a super job.
Are they both full-time?
Yes. Yeah, Heidi works the morning shift. She comes in the morning and leaves at 1, and then Dave comes in and works till he leaves at 9. So yeah, they split it.
Dave Henry.
I know one of the topics, and to help Dr. Graymater on this one, was the standards-based report card. I think it came up in one of the team meetings. That was it was my fault. It was all my fault. I misinterpreted some information that we talked about at the principal's meeting. I thought we were moving standard-based report cards to all subjects, and we were still staying with strictly just math. So when I communicated that with our staff, I communicated that wrong. So that might clear up some of the questions that maybe you got over standards-based during your sit down with 4th grade, and I think Mrs. Armitrout was in there at the time.
Yeah, she was.
So yeah, so we're sticking with math, because I was pretty concerned about that too. I was like, wow, if we're going to move to all subjects, we got to get moving right now and move quickly. So right now it'll just be the 3rd and 4th grade will be doing a standards-based format for the math.
And they understand that now?
Yes, they understand that now.
Okay,
Yeah, I sent an email out and a reminder, and I went and visited their teams the other day. Yeah, so yeah, our last team meeting, I clarified all that for them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I guess the question that I remember from them was, how do you take all those pages of standards and how they've met or not met or whatever,
How they corresponded
how do
to.
they make that A, B, C, D, or F?
Well, that's what we're getting rid of. So now for math, for third grade and 4th grade, they'll get letter grades for all subjects except for math. So math, there will be no letter grade on the report card. For math, they will just have the standards-based report card with
I hope you
standards.
have
Does not
a
mean.
parent night to explain all that to them.
Yeah,
We're
we'll-
gonna have a cajillion phone calls.
Yeah, there'll have to be a lot of communication, which is why I was a little concerned with
All of it.
all of it. I was like, man, we're gonna have to move quick on this because it's quite the change.
Cause then they're gonna get what, an S or an E?
No, they'll just have, the standard will actually be written out, whatever the standard might be that you're,
Lacking?
well, no, all of them will be listed there.
That comes on the report card?
It'll be on the report card, so you'll be able to read it like,
It'll look like,
The
if
full
you've
card
seen a
needs 3 or 4
recent,
pages.
could have
like,
brought one with me. I didn't even think about it. Should have brought one with me.
yeah, we have a sample of what they had up to this point, but, it'll have the standards, and it's listed in
Did
red.
it check
so it
the
won't be
standard
quite
if they
as many
need it, or it just,
Details, they're kind of
it's not
clumped
like a
together,
check on it?
and it'll have
Yeah,
a
we'll assess
mastery,
Yeah,
partial
each standard will be
mastery,
assessed.
or does not.
But
That's-
But is,
The
does
parents will
it
get
say
that.
that they've met that, or?
Okay. And they'll-
Yeah, there'll be a check mark in the box.
Okay,
So it'll
okay.
be does not
So-
meet, meets,
Yeah.
exceeds, whatever. They'll check whatever it
Our
is.
math team met April whatever that Monday was, last Monday, a week ago from yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
Numeracy, yeah.
And agreed to like, yeah, that we'll take on this project. And so they have like a timeline of this is when we have to have it finalized. This is how we're gonna train the teachers. Excuse me. And then among that, we'll train, the principals will all be trained, and then we'll have parent trainings. So they'll be able to show the parents
So the big thing that you're
what that
saying,
looks like.
that's the big concern is we're gonna do exceed standards, meet standards, whatever, we're gonna check the standard if they've met it. But how do you know if the child met the standard or exceeds it or does not meet it? So how are we gonna assess that? So that's where
the
the
problem with the
team is
teachers,
now. It's like, okay, because normally if you're gonna get A, B, or C, D, you just, here's a quiz, take the quiz.
Mhm.
It is what it is,
Average
and average the grades and you get a grade. So what's gonna determine who meets standards, who doesn't meet standards? Because you have 4 different teachers doing it.
Mhm.
So how you see things and how Mr. Hines sees it and how I see it, we're all gonna see it a little bit differently. So we're gonna have to figure out a way for that to be somewhat consistent. So I think it's gonna be beneficial to us in a way, especially with the new requirements for 3rd grade and retaining students. So I think it's gonna help us in regards to that.
It's gonna be much more specific on focused on
Yeah.
student learning and whether they've mastered the standards or not versus they were able to take that quiz and get a such and such grade on it, and that's the average. But yeah, it'll be more aligned for them in the end.
And that's why this is so different for me, because usually I come in here with a DF list and we look at grades. And I didn't want to say grades aren't important, but we really look more at the standards now, and we're assessing the standards. And we're looking at the benchmark scores, and they're taking the STAR reading test, they're taking their STAR test today. So that's the kind of data that we're looking at this level, more so than A, B, C, D's, and E's and F's, whatever they're getting on the report.
And the principals are doing a really good job of shifting to that. I mean, it's been hard.
Yeah, I've never thought I'd shift, but at the high school level, it's hard to shift because GPAs are so
Content, yeah.
important and scholarships are so important. So it's really hard shift at the high school level, but I can really see where it's a focus here and I can see where it's meaningful. Yeah, it does.
And we have a few teachers who are.
And I think a lot of them want to see it go to at least go to the reading part anyhow.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know if it'll go across the board, but we'll see where it
We have
goes,
a lot
where
of
it
teachers
leads.
that want to do it across the board, but math first. We gotta get math done first. Yeah.
That's kind of where that's what I brought with me. I'd be more happy to entertain anything you want to.
Tell us about your discipline. You have a discipline report in here.
Okay. I love discipline at Morford Intermediate, so,
No
I
explanation.
think I had like 10 of those, where had like, it says like physical fight without injury. I think like 5 or 6 of those have been quarrels on the bus, where kids have been removed from the bus for a day or they got into a pushing shoving match on the bus. Had a couple of kids trip each other in the playground and things like that, but it's not been, it's just
A lot different from high school.
so different, yeah, so different. And it's a lot easier to take care of. Usually calling home for a kid here is like, please don't call. When we call, and usually the breakdown on the phone happens, so. It's kind of neat to see, because, before it was,
Yeah.
you bring discipline to the office and the parent already knew that it happened because they sent a message out on their phone or something, so.
It's neat to watch those little kids with Mr. McGregor too, because they look up to you. It's very much it's good to have a male role model in a building, with a bunch of young children who a lot of them don't have father figures in the home or that are present. And so they're grinning and wanting to hang out with them and be around them. That's nice too.
It's fun. It's a good change, really is.
Well, you don't have many male teachers anymore till you hit probably junior high.
We don't have any other than Mr. Yeager comes for.
Yeah, right, your
art.
respect, yeah. See, at one time, like I said, we get 3rd grade, you had Doug Vance.
Yeah.
4th grade, you hit me and Ron DeMedici.
Yeah.
5th grade, Roger and Lawrence and Daddy, and Teddy Garrett. So it was a big difference. You had the male role
Mary
models.
Hitt was over there. Yeah, Mr. Hitt.
Roger, you had Roger Mungo. It's, like I said, you probably don't get a male teacher except specialists until you get to middle school.
If you were to do something, if you could do something to your school, not the physical part, what would you do?
The physical part of the school,
Mm-hmm.
if I could change something on the physical side of the school, the playground.
That's your number one.
Make it so it's not so muddy, because we get eliminated from the playground a lot just because when it rains, it takes a long time to dry out. Just
How would you
because
take care of that?
I don't know. I really thought about it.
Grass, return.
Drainage is a problem. There might be a way for maybe somebody like Eugene Ranker or somebody that could come in and look at it to see if there's different ways to maybe get it to drain better.
Anything else?
Indoor recess is just, it's really hard.
Yeah.
We do get them down and take them to the track and let them walk the track and things like that, but,
Well, you don't get rid of that energy. Like I said, they have the energy at that level.
yeah.
You know,
But
they
the third-
want to do something, not like high school kids where you have to make them, even if it's it, to do something.
But the actual layout of the school, I don't think you could lay out a school better for grades 3, 4, and 5. Each wing is set up for a different grade level. Each grade level has its own set of bathrooms. I mean, it had,
Little planning areas.
even with us departmentalizing 5th grade, you think that the kids are traveling all over school. They walk across the hall. So moving from one class to the other is like a minute. So it's not a hard switch. So they don't have to, like, when they get to the middle school, they may go from one side of the building to the other side of the building and to find a teacher, or go from, Bonnie Crouch's science room up to the gym, or all the way down to the ag room. It's not a long walk like that where you need 3 or 4 minutes of transition. They just walk across the hall to the next teacher.
Do you have any bullying?
I don't. We have a lot of people that get confused with that word, that their child or somebody's being bullied. But at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, I haven't seen any kids that are afraid to come to school, afraid to go to the bus stop, don't want to use the bathroom because there's somebody in there waiting for them. Now, I'm not saying kids don't tease each other and say, hey, your hair looks funny, or you bought that at Walmart, didn't you, or something. So we do have the day-to-day kids, because kids can do those kind of things. But to say we have bullying, that's a big word in my vocabulary.
There's
I interpret that word
definitely
a lot
difference,
differently.
Yeah.
But we do have kids being kids. We do have kids that can be mean and can say things that aren't appropriate, and we've had several lessons on those kind of things. Several talks and parent conversations and parent meetings. That's one thing I enjoy at the school too, is usually when you have a parent meeting, the parent comes in and they're very supportive of, my child did what, my child said this.
Not defensive like at the high school
Yeah,
level.
it's not like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems like that you've adapted quite well to the changes and the different, just hearing you talk about the different lingos and stuff, it seems to be agreeing with you.
It is. I enjoy the kids. I miss sports. I won't lie. I miss that part. But these students, 3rd, 4th, they are just getting involved. So they're starting the little league. They're all playing baseball. They're all into basketball.
They still like school.
I refereed a lot of their games in little league. They asked me if I'd help referee, so I'd help referee. So I got to know a lot of them that way.
Yeah.
So it's fun, but they're a lot of fun. But I can see where the issues come from this level and land at the high school. You can see them at a young age. And I always wondered how my wife did that at the pre-K level, but she could always tell me, about, this child, what this child likely is going to be like when they are older. And she was usually 90% right. And I can see why, because you can see
Bad habits start early.
but
Environment.
A lot of it. There's exceptions, but that's, like I said, supportive parents make a big difference.
But
It all starts at the home.
with compliments to MIS, it's a really good staff. It really is. There's a lot of very, very good teachers in that school, in our school. And
Did you get a new secretary hired?
I did,
Good.
yeah.
I
stole
hated
one.
with, who did you steal?
I got one from the high school.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
Brianna Ratchford came out. She's doing a very good job.
Oh, good. I hated Lacey leaving, but it's better for her. So-
Yeah, I send her a picture of myself once in a while, just ask her if she misses me. She said, yeah, I do.
What did she
I
go
do.
for?
She's gonna go to school. She's gonna finish a degree with, isn't it?
Who's that?
Lacey.
She went back out to the college.
Yeah,
She works out there.
yeah.
Mhm.
But
I'm
I
not
think she was gonna take some classes and stuff.
Well, we enjoyed the visit at your school. Your staff is really responsive to us.
They,
were
they just,
eager to talk to us. When we
Oh,
said
yeah,
we
that
were
was
planning,
wonderful.
That worked out excellent for us.
Yeah, I just,
And it
was
a
very
pleasure being
appreciative.
there.
Their
Just wanted to
openness.
let you and them know that also.
Well, good. That was my fault on the standards-based thing. That's why that one got way off topic.
It got straightened out,
oh,
anyway,
yeah.
just by talking
It was-
about it,
It
you
was
know?
pretty not heated, but
Well, it was probably
Huge
good that they
concern.
told you, because then when after you all talked to me, and then I called him, and then we talked through it, and then,
I actually called Mr. Armentrout. I was like, hey, did I hear this wrong? And he's like, yeah, that's not what was meant. I said, well, I was way off on that one then, because
which was fine, we got it all worked out. Everybody's
I
fine
was
now.
way off. I
well,
was thinking you were
because
They told
they
you.
felt
Yeah, yeah.
open
Because I
to
was
sharing
telling
it
myself,
with
if
us.
we're moving on across the board, so we gotta start now, so we can't wait till summer. And they were all,
I'm sure they were panicked.
yeah, they panicked.
Yeah, they were a little bit.
But we got it, no worries.
so any of the kids call you Mr. McCrackle yet?
No, they don't. Somebody asked me if they mix macaroni and cheese with my name, could they call me mac and cheese? And I was like, no, we can't go there. Who was that? Jason Greenwald. Was asking that.
Oh, he's funny. He's a funny kid.
Yeah, he's funny. But no, you're welcome to come out.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
We felt very welcome.
And if you, another suggestion, if you want to come on the walkthroughs, and after you're done your walkthrough and do this like 20 minutes after you're doing your walkthrough, instead of doing this day.
Oh,
Why it's
well,
all-
we do it at the
why it's all
board
fresh
meeting.
in your
That's the hard
mind.
part. That's
Because then you would have all the stuff that they just talked to you about, and then we get to talk to you about it all at the same time.
Well, we could always do a,
Or we could do that anyhow, we could do
yeah,
twice.
what is that called, a debriefing?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I probably debriefed with you anyhow, because I was out there.
Well, and
Yeah, we
we
did.
appreciate that.
Yeah, we
That was
did
good.
talk.
But no, it's a good school. It's good things happening out
Well,
there.
it feels like,
It
it
really
seems
is.
like a good fit for you.
I didn't think it was I wasn't sure, but yeah, I've enjoyed it. My wife says she's noticed the change in me too, so.
That's good.
Good.
More packy math while you're out there, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah,
Those
guess so.
grandkids, it
that's
gets-
true. Maybe Liam will make it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, less stress. Yeah, well, nobody understands it until you go through them. You know, I don't have kids on a bus at midnight coming home from a game and then getting in the car and driving home. You don't have, and they don't think that those things that, you don't think a principal worries about those things, but we do worry about those things because, you know, once in a while you get that call at 11:30, it's like, hey, my kid hadn't made it home yet. Where is he? And I was like, I don't know. I got off the bus. I'm not sure. Yeah. There's a lot of things that just, you know, high schools don't sleep. They just don't. High schools never rest.
Elementary
They're always
teachers
open.
should be paid the most, but high school principals should be. Because
Agreed.
you have all the responsibility.
Agree with that 100%. Yeah, high school principals worth every penny.
Well, thank you.
Sure. If you need anything else, feel free to email me, call me.
Sarah needs to see you before you leave.
I already saw her.
Oh, you already saw her.
I can't remember.
I'm supposed to tell everyone.
Thank you.
Principal.
That's a Burke and Herbert thing, apparently. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but she wanted to see if she talked to everybody.
You said you were were you at Petersburg Elementary?
Oh, you don't?
Or,
Morgan Elementary.
okay, as this
I was just, when I first got here,
assistant?
Yeah, I was halftime with Bev and White Cotton for a year, and then I went full-time with Bev. And then Bev's dad passed away, is that what it was? And I was like intern for her as a principal there for a little while. And then Wade left halfway through the year, and I went out there. And then Dr. Van Meter tricked me into going to the high school. Great. That was fun though. That was good. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Now you get Mr. Settler, don't you?
Yeah. We'll make sure we get you.
I'm gonna
I'm
drill.
gonna tell you. Man, that was hard.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm gonna tell them they made me stand up at the podium.
Yeah, you tell me.
No, I appreciate y'all letting me just sit here and talk to you. Appreciate that.
It's a lot better that way.
Yep.
That's it.
Thank you,
All right,
sir.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So when I go see if Mr. Sutler's here. If anybody needs to go to the restroom or whatever, we'll just keep it moving.
Just say it was a little cold in here, please.
Sean, I'll send you one.
That's a good thing.
What, it getting cold?
Yes,
Oh, he's a hot, we have a hot one
You
there.
have hot flashes?
might as well. That's a melt.
So I was pulling this up too. This is kind of what he was alluding to.
I know,
That was
I
cold.
can feel you
I was
shivering.
gonna say, we're for indirect light, I was cold.
Just turn this one off. It blows right on.
Well, yeah, it blows right on
You
us.
got your events down here too.
Yeah, and just let
I don't
that
remember
other
him,
one.
I don't remember him being
That-
at elementary school, I don't.
And
But he,
Dr. Van Meter was talking about.
Man, it's cold.
so he went from elementary,
Posted from
he
there.
moved up the ladder to high school, and went back, like I said, I went from
Well, they were
K-8
But the
to
thing
high
is that
school.
you
Donnie
have
Baker,
the
he was
option
one,
here
he
to go
begged
to
me
any
to
of them.
take more from high school.
See
I
that?
had him apply, I'd
It's
apply for
all
a
the
job
same
he's told me.
format, but it's
But
just school.
Dr. Miller said, well, you can't be principal there, they don't have seventh and eighth grade, that's the only thing. See, Moorfield did, or I would have been, because John Meyer wanted me to go there.
You know, activities tonight. and
Donnie Baker was
not so,
one.
whatever.
All that coming through there. So there is one,
But you were a good teacher.
one place that does come through.
Good.
But he was the one that convinced
Thank
me,
you.
Yes.
or had been over there. But there's so much difference between kids at that level in high school.
Oh,
They like school,
Always.
they like school.
When I started at Moorfield High, I was something as a fourth year teaching. And my ninth grade class was wonderful. They wanted to do things, wanted to go out and
Not your
shop and all
seniors
that.
and stuff.
But as their sophomores, as soon as they turned 16 to get their
Get the
license,
yeah.
they wouldn't do any after-school activities, nothing, because a lot of their parents, right or wrong, good work ethic, right or wrong, said, if you want to cook the car, or you want to drive my car, you got to pay for the light or your insurance, so you got to get a job. And then that just,
Yeah.
all your FFA activities was done, because they didn't have time to do anything. So freshman was great, about half year through the sophomore seemed like it was great, but by the time they turned to juniors, they were worthless.
In the elementary school, when they usually hit halfway through the fifth grade, they turn into monsters. And of course, sixth, seventh, and eighth graders are all.
Well, our eighth graders at middle school were like seniors.
Yeah,
They had
oh, yeah,
senioritis. I mean,
You see, when they were seventh and eighth graders over here, they
Yeah,
were,
that's right.
they were loading in on the totem pole.
Did he tell you we're laying for you?
And your ninth graders, when you're 9 through 12, your ninth graders were your low people on the totem pole.
Right.
And really probably worse with your juniors, because once you got to be a senior, you really didn't care. You know, you were so close to the end. Yeah, you could tell a difference.
We were told you're supposed to bring ice cream.
Yeah, we need to do our cheer. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, ice cream.
Ice cream at Morpeth Elementary School. So you're,
Intermediate, yeah.
That data is under investigation. I think it was a little skewed. They cheated a little bit, but
We have here that the bill is delinquent and needs to be paid right away.
that is true.
You can go ahead anytime. We're ready.
All right, so I gave you guys a packet. You guys can go ahead and follow along. As far as grades, I broke it up in a 3.0 to a 4.0, so you can see by grade how many kids are reaching that milestone. And I guess you can see our eighth grade class it's a smart class, and they also work hard, and they're a mature class. So you can see, you know, the 8th grade has the most.
Is that the athletic class too?
Yeah.
That's a good combination.
Yeah. Now the 7th grade, their numbers aren't as good, but academically, like testing wise, that's a good group. But they're really immature, so it takes a toll on their classroom work. But overall, testing wise, that's a good group. In the 6th grade, they work hard, but that's a low group also.
How
That's
many students do you have?
313. And then I broke it down, how many, you know, 3.5 to 4.0. Once again, our 8th grade class, they're pretty good. 7th grade. 7th grade, they'll test well. They're just a really immature group. Struggle with getting things turned in and organization. And then there's 6th grade. 6th grade's low. That'll be our toughest testing group. Maybe you want to turn the page, the benchmark comparison. I kind of like to track it for, you know, a couple years so I can see where they're at. So you can look at each grade and where they were in the fall of their 2 years ago or a year ago, and then fall this year, winter this year, and then their GSA last year. So in math in 6th grade, it looks like we're right on pace to where they were last year, which is not good, 23%. 6th grade math is probably the hardest benchmark out of all of them because you can't use a calculator. So if the kids don't know their math facts, they're done. So that's a tough one just because you can't use a calculator. For ELA, we're ahead. Our winter benchmark was ahead of where they got on the GSA last year. So that's a good thing. Looking to improve that. 7th grade, they're ahead in math of where they were last year at the winter benchmark, and they're ahead in ELA where they were at the winter benchmark. So those are both good things. And then 8th grade, they're ahead in math where they were last year in the winter, and also ahead in ELA and in science. ELA last year on the GSA, they were at 61%, the 8th grade, which was pretty good. And then you can see where we ranked out of so many middle schools in West Virginia. So 2022, we were 32nd and 30th and 34th out of 168, 169 middle schools. So we've been doing pretty well. It was an adjustment last year with 6th grade teachers being gone, or 2 years ago. It was an adjustment. I think things are getting a little better. So hopefully it continues that way. And then attendance, that's our attendance for the year, 92.24. Last year, I think we ended with 92.40. So you can see by month our attendance numbers. We have, you know, I guess chronic absences makes up for 22% of our kids have chronic absences. So on the next page, you can see that 39 students have 20 or more total absences. 25 students have 10 to 19 unexcused absences. And then 10 students have 20 or more unexcused absences.
No, isn't unexcused any absent now?
No, you can be like a doctor.
Oh, that still counts. I thought that didn't.
You get 10 parent notes. There's no more educational leave.
So I think there's all absences count towards the chronic absenteeism. So like if you've missed 20 days, even if they're excused, those
By
absences
doctor's
are still,
excuses are still,
yeah, they're excused, so they won't take you to court or fine you,
right,
but it counts towards
okay.
towards the chronic absence.
What do you do with your chronic absence students? How do you approach them, or
I mean, we call, make home visits.
you actually go to the house?
I went to a couple. I didn't stay very long.
I've got shot, yeah.
I walked in and yelled down the hallway, "Hey, get out of bed!" And the smells in there. I was like, "All right, I'm out of here." But we get, try to have Officer Riggleman talk to them. Our CIS worker, she'll call, she'll go to the home, she picks up kids if they miss the bus. We have one kid who has 99 absences.
Wow.
He's leading the school right now. We got another one with probably 80.
Retain them?
I mean,
Education's not a priority in their household, huh?
no, I mean,
You can tell.
the one that has 99, I mean, he's went to court. Mom was fined, or grandma, but she can't control it. So that was no way gonna affect him coming to school or not. So now I think they may remove him. I'm not sure. Yeah. But, so that's probably the most frustrating thing that we got going on is can't get him to school.
Well, and if he's gone that much, there's no way he can be doing anything academically either. I
And
mean,
if you
he's
track that
probably-
student from the time he was in kindergarten, chances are he was an attendance problem, or she was.
Yeah,
Then, just like Mr. McGregor said,
yeah, but all that kid is doing when he or she's there is being somebody's pain in the butt.
Oh, yeah.
Yours a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah.
and they'll continue to be.
Yeah.
They're not gonna get
Well-
changed. They haven't not changed by the time Mr. Stuffler gets them for the most part.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's
an
sad,
ingrained habit,
Because
isn't it?
that student is robbing the rest of the class of education. But yet we're forced to keep them in there. And I don't know how or what to do about that, but that's happening somewhere else that is really causing some psychological issues with some fourth graders.
Well, we work
And I know that for
Say
a fact,
we
I
dumb
was leaving
down.
like that.
for education.
And I just think
Discipline down.
you as a superintendent, I mean, you don't have an endless supply of money to go hire a one-on-one teacher, but when a kid like that is robbing the other students and recorded psychological issues for the other students because of the outbursts and, that's all I'll say, then something's gotta be done other than ignoring it and saying, well, teacher, do the best you can. I don't know.
Well, what we did with this kid was he wasn't there enough. So when he would come back, like teachers are trying to get him caught up and, they're wasting a lot of time on him. Well, then he'd be gone for 2 weeks again. So what we did was put him on a CELIS. And so when he was at school, teachers didn't have to find his makeup work. They didn't have to do all this. He just worked on a CELIS, which is essentially our virtual program.
Okay.
And he could do it at home if he had internet. That was the other problem. We tried to get him internet, tried to get him virtual, but they didn't have internet and we couldn't find a way to get it for him. So at least he wasn't taking up, the time of everyone else, because that's a big problem is kids missing, and then that bogs down to teachers.
Well, then, yeah, the kid's missing, and then you as the teacher have to,
Yeah.
go to all that trouble to try to get something out of him, and you know yourself how successful that is.
Yeah, so after missing so many days, we said, well, the best option here is put him on a CELIS, and then that way he can do the work at his own pace. Teachers don't have to reteach it to him. He's learning to hear.
What grade you, Mr. Stuffler?
6th.
Oh, wow.
What to look forward to the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, and he has 99 absences.
Yeah.
And just now, something was being done. I know that the previous, not this administration, but at the courthouse, the previous administration said, don't bother us. And even the magistrates' courts and stuff weren't
I
doing
know that
stuff.
through COVID, there were a lot of things that kind of just shut down and they prioritized. that created a little bit of a backlog for us. They've been pretty responsive with us recently.
Oh, that's good. So
But-
they're getting back up.
But it
We've
takes
been
time.
creative in how we've gone about it too, because I think as Mr. Stutler pointed out, is that when you have a circumstance from just the strictly attendance aspect of it, knowing that there are other underlying issues going on, bringing a parent in, and for first and second offense of truancy, it's a fine. So what does that do? And ultimately,
Punishes the parent.
it punishes the parent, but
Yeah.
then again, is that even still is that what, if they don't pay, there's not really any
Not really effective.
Yeah.
ramifications
Well,
even
it's not
after that. 'cause you're
trickling
not-
down to the student.
Correct, so you're not curbing that behavior, so then trying to work to find out what different avenues there are to change the behavior so that the student ultimately does get in school and that it isn't creating an issue that trickles to the other students. But on Dr. Van Meter's point there, for a long time, it was about 2.5 years post-COVID, even into 2023 of it, the courts were not very receptive to bringing cases, whether that be through a status offense for a juvenile, so not a crime committed, but a status offense of, such as incorrigibility, such as, attendance or truancy issues, bringing that about to the student itself. They were not receptive to that
Yeah.
because of all the COVID-related issues that were still in
Sure.
place. And appeals that have been taken to various Supreme Courts across the state that said, these are not things that we want to deal with, quite frankly. So I think that we're seeing a change or have within the past couple of years, especially to where courts are more receptive to that, to where we've really kind of gotten a hold on things. However, we still have to be creative. Hardy County is going to be a lot different than Mon County issues or Kanawha County issues, for example. So, being creative in how we attack them is something that we're working pretty diligently on, and with those changes now.
Well, who goes at the avenue of trying to remove the student from the home?
It depends. It depends on how that comes about. Is that there's a couple different ways from it's getting the Department of Health and Human Services involved now, formerly the DHHR. And so that can come about by way of an abuse and neglect petition, where there is Child Protective Services goes out, does an investigation, and ultimately determines that the parent, guardian, custodian, whoever has the child in their home, that they are the ones that are either doing an overt act or a negligent act, abusing this child or neglecting this child. Educational neglect is one of those. However, up until just a couple years ago, is that truancy was not something that was going to be well received if you filed an abuse and neglect petition just on educational neglect without it spanning for years and years and years of this child's educational career, if you will. The other side of that is if it's a determination where we have a hypothetical example, let's say, where it's not a parent issue. The parent is doing everything, or guardian custodian is doing everything that they can. However, the child is like, they're dropping the kid off at school, let's say, but then they're running away into the woods, or, they are responsible. They're seeing the kid get on the bus. They're there getting the child on the bus, but then when they get to school, they're not entering the building. Those sorts of things. It's the determination of, is it a parent or a student issue? When the determination after looking at everything is that it's a student-related issue, then you can go the route of a juvenile status offense petition. So saying, and these are all things that are done through primarily through the prosecuting attorney's office, but the juvenile status offense is it's not a child committing a crime, but it is a child not doing something that they are should be doing because of their status as a juvenile. They're not going to school. They're not listening to their parents at home. They're running away. Those sorts of things are examples of juvenile status offenses that can be the basis for a petition in circuit court.
But is any of that on a timely manner? Because this kid at 90 days absences, why bother?
That's
At
up
the
to your
end of the
prosecuting
year.
attorney.
And that's the problem we face is, we got 10 students with 20 or more unexcused absences. And a lot of the, one's 99, you probably got an 80 in there, a 75, 56, a 42. Like, what do you do with that?
Those
And-
referrals
and-
can be made to
I mean,
answer
we've
your
called
question.
Right,
CPS.
but I just,
We've done all that after,
I'm just afraid the
15
ball's being dropped not on our court, but on the HHR or whoever that's just dragging their feet, not taking their time, they only have the manpower, I don't know what, but
I
the
don't,
years I've been out there, I've heard this thing over and over that almost why bother because they're not doing anything, meaning the other agencies.
And that's where, we can fulfill our obligations, but we don't have authority to control other agencies on, it's just documenting that we have done what we have needed to do to fulfill our obligations.
And I'm not the first to say to take out of the home by any means.
Sure.
But, you just can't, all you're doing is a disservice to the kid. I don't care if they're eighth grade or what. They're still immature. They don't understand what they're doing to affect the rest of their life
Mhm.
and how they're damaging it.
I think one of the things we put into place before we take them through the court system is they come here and they meet with me. And I've had some real eye-opening conversations with parents. I mean, and sometimes when you sit down with a person and you hear the things that are happening in their life and like what they're going through, the parent is really struggling. And therefore the kid's not coming to school and the parent doesn't know, it's just like another thing that they're trying to figure out. And I've been offering virtual, and I know virtual is not the end all be all and not a solution for everybody, but when you physically can't get a kid to come to school, it's kind of like you said, if they have internet and you can get them an education in some format, that's better than letting them continue to go without and go through the court system, because in the end, I don't think it's gonna change anything for those people. I mean, we're at 92, 93% as a county attendance, which is actually really good. But it's these handful of kids who have these awful situations, and you almost have to individually look and say, they need to be removed from the home, which is unfortunately some of the time that's the answer. Or is there another way we can help this kid get an education, at least until they get their life back on track? And another thing that I think would make a huge difference that we just aren't capable of doing is we need more CTE work-based programs at the high school level, because sitting at a desk, doing math worksheets, reading worksheets in front of the person, that's not going to be for everybody. And I could probably name 5 kids that you would know who are extremely successful adults who, if it was based on attendance or passing that 3rd grade assessment or any of those things, those kids would have failed. We would have failed them as an education system, but they're very successful equipment operators in poultry farms. Like, I think if we had an earlier middle school specifically where they
I
could
just
start
say
to
you need
branch
to
out,
start it in middle
6th grade,
school.
and they could
Well,
start
7th.
working. Yep. Because you can, just like Mr. McGregor was saying, his wife knew which kids in preschool were gonna be which paths. I think you could identify them, and I bet you could give us a list of kids that you knew were gonna be successful, but just weren't strong academic students. But give them a project to work on in their hands, and they can build you a house probably by the time they were in the 8th grade. I think those kids need a different pathway earlier on to get them hooked and interested in things they want to do and enjoy. And I think we would
Yeah,
do
And a
that.
lot
I
of countries,
agree.
a lot of
I
countries
agree.
do that. They have like an academic, they
A
have
branch,
yeah.
those kids still aren't gonna be successful. They're not gonna be reliable.
That's not true for all of them.
The chronic
saying, there's a
Just
few of
going
them.
around,
Yeah.
going around the businesses and asking them, can you find reliable people? No,
Well, I
they
think
can't.
You'd be
And
curious
it
to
starts
see what their
here.
attendance rate is at Pilgrims
Mhm.
and Woodmark, just to see. It's probably about the
Probably
same or
nice,
worse,
yeah.
probably worse.
Well, I think that if we're
Because,
having,
but they
Yeah.
get away with it here.
Right,
Yeah.
right, sure, it's,
Well, they don't do it at Pilgrims. I mean, they're very strict on their
Oh, I know.
attendance policy. You're
that's why we
fired.
have all migrants.
But there's 35 students that we're losing right now.
Yeah.
And I don't understand, or I don't know how
I think
to
it's a
help that.
combination. I think it's a combination of those
How
things.
to
we
help
And
talked
I do,
about.
meet- I
Some of
know
those
there's circumstances with the parents and
Yeah.
we meet and we talk about all that and,
Yeah.
okay, well, the best option for your kid is to be here.
Mhm. But-
And then they'll be living with a friend for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or they'll be living with their dad in the woods for 2 weeks.
Mhm.
We'll call CPS. They'll come to school for about a week and then they're living at Yellow Bud with a friend you know what I mean? So
Sure.
there's nothing in place to help those 35 kids?
Well, and again, I think you could probably break those 35 kids into different categories.
You could.
The ones who need government intervention, the ones who need a different pathway, something to hook them and get them interested, and then the ones that are just not gonna show up to work when they're grown adults. And I think you look at the workforce today and you have that population of kids, and Mr. Hines is probably right, they didn't go to school then. I don't think that you're gonna be able to fix all of that. But it
No,
matters when you start looking at individual situations, and you do a great job of this. You, more than probably any principal, call yourself, go yourself and get down in the trenches with it, but you stress yourself out over something that I don't know that there's a solution to, I guess, is what I'm saying.
There has to be though. We say,
I just want there to
we
be,
say these
but-
kids have no parents, which is true, so we have to be the head
And we are,
force.
yeah.
And I struggle with, I don't know how to help.
Yeah, I know, it's a hard
well,
one
and
for you.
we need to catch these kids that are showing chronic absences. Now, I know that a lot of kids, when they first start school, because they've not been to daycare or places like that, they're sick a lot. But that, by the time they go to kindergarten and first grade, that's kind of leveled out. So by the time they hit that third grade, when, if they're having a lot of absences, we need to jump on them then. We need to not let that habit be ingrained. And we need to get it earlier, because by the time they get to you, Scott, it's too late. You know, for the most part, it's too late to change.
Well, I don't want to change the subject by any means, but this standard base is math, right?
Correct.
See, I think we should have started with reading. Because you can take any kid, and when they become an adult, if they can't read, they're never going to function in society properly.
Yeah.
If they
Amen.
can't do math, well, here's a calculator.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that what I see happening over the next few years is if a third grader or a second grader is not up on, retain them. At that age, and the parents aren't going to like that. But those kids have got to be on reading level. And by the time they get to him, if they can at least read, and that 99 or 90-day absent kid, if they can read real well, they can possibly in 10 years from now realize, well, I quit school, I should, maybe I'll go back and get my GED. Just had that told to me the other day. And this person's in their 40s, doing an excellent job where they work. And I remember that person in high school. When they quit high school, they just was a hellion. They didn't see the benefit. But they can read. And I think that's the biggest thing I always griped at as a teacher was, I'm in this, 7th, 8th grade students, and they can't read this piece of paper.
Yeah. If they can read, they can learn.
Yes. And that doesn't help deal with you at all, but I just think that we've got to start somewhere. And I understand the standard base a little bit. I really kind of like it at the lower levels. But if we're not willing to retain them,
We're
then
gonna have to
why do it?
In a couple years. It's
I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
But I think
That
in a
won't
couple of
last
years,
long, though.
that'll
This
help
will be
maybe
so
your
many
situation.
Retain.
We'll see how it goes when we get there.
You want to go ahead? We're
Sorry.
sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. But for the attendance incentives, we do weekly homeroom awards. So the homeroom with the best attendance percentage will give a little reward to at lunch, and then a monthly reward. Ms. Balkins gives out a reward for perfect attendance. We had contests with other schools for best attendance.
You still have ice cream.
Yeah.
Like I said, these schools are sneaky. The high school, that's what the high school did. Have you met with her yet?
No,
That's
she's
what
this
they did.
afternoon.
I'll give her some.
Oh,
scoop on it.
let's have a attendance competition. Well, I didn't reply because I knew Ms. Balkins would reply. So she's like, okay, let's do it. Very next week when we started it, they had an MTID day, which counted everybody
Present.
present.
That is sneaky.
So I had to call them out on their,
Or clever, it depends on how you look at it.
yeah, so I had to call them out on that. But Yeah, we're trying to do some things that, but I don't think we have a problem with most of the kids. It's just a certain group. Parent involvement, communication, we do meet the teacher night, Title I parent advisory night, corn maze, parent teacher night, book bingo, LSIC, use Facebook, phone calls, text messages, and the notifications. That thrill share, that's been good. That's been,
We talked about that earlier.
yeah, that's been a good,
Posting on all the things at one time.
yes, that's been very easy. If you want to flip the page, and Miss Simmons, she keeps up with her Facebook now. She does it better than me. Mine would just be plain. Hers are decorative.
Pretty,
and-
yeah.
Yeah,
But everything she puts on there, is it on the school website?
probably not.
See, I don't have Facebook.
Yeah.
So how many parents don't have Facebook?
Well, usually when I send it out, I'll put it on Facebook and send it to
Right,
their phone.
good.
So a message or a notification or.
But that was a complaint I had that, you
So we need to
know,
get this as
all school news is on
Yeah,
Facebook.
and
So she
Yeah.
can do it all at once.
Yep.
Instead of just the Facebook.
yeah, that would be good.
Website and Facebook.
The next page, that's our child nutrition numbers for each month. So our breakfast numbers, they're looking pretty good. And lunch is pretty on par with other years. And we have a snack program from September to March to feed students a snack twice a week after school.
Is that
For
every
after-school
kid?
tutoring. No, it's for our after-school tutoring, so there'll probably be 20, 25 kids.
Okay.
And then we do a backpack program that feeds 35 students per week.
For the weekend, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so Miss Yoakum, she puts that together.
That was an eye opener. These kids really
Oh, yeah.
need that. They take it home for the weekend, but that's the only food they get. Unbelievable.
Yep.
And there's a lot of counties a lot worse than Harding. Think of your southern West Virginia county, central.
And the next page is just some accomplishments that we had this year. Won the PVL football championship. And the team had like 35, 40 kids on it, and they had a 3.3 GPA, which was really good. 8th grade boys basketball won the championship, and their team GPA was 3.7.
You can be athletic and smart. It doesn't hurt.
That's,
Makes you
yeah.
better.
They already have numerous broken records in track this year. First place in FFA public speaking, first place in Young Writers Contest. We have 6 students with perfect attendance, and we have 30 students with a 4.0 for the year. Math field day, we took first and second place in 6th grade, first, second, and third in 7th grade, and we took first, second, third, and both alternates in 8th grade. BCA has 15 students that they are certified in Microsoft Word.
Did you have the 3 Golden Horseshoe winners too?
That hasn't come out yet.
Okay.
So this is a high school class, the BCA. And so that's pretty, usually you don't have a large number that pass the certification test. So having 15 pass Microsoft Word was good. And then Excel's even, it's hard to pass.
That's 8th grade, right?
Yeah. So at the high school, they teach BCA, and I think they maybe had 1 pass Excel, and we had 15. So that's pretty good.
And now with
Well-
Golden Horseshoe, everybody takes the test. don't they?
All 8th graders.
Used to be, you had to take a test to take the test.
Yeah. And robotics, boys placed third place champions award at state competition, and girls first place core value in the state competition. So we've accomplished a lot this year so far. So hopefully we accomplish a little bit more in May.
If you wanted to do something physically to your school, what would it be?
Paint.
That was quick.
Anything else?
As far as like furniture and stuff, our desks are starting to break and chairs are starting to break. And
We heard that
we're trying to put a plan together.
the day we were
Maybe
there.
to replace 1 or 2 classrooms per year, because it's getting old and it's breaking.
That's something we did here, that's the original furniture
Yeah,
from, what, 90?
every time I sit in the
Nice.
library, I get nervous.
96, yeah.
The chair's gonna
My,
mess.
my stools are still the same, well.
I think it's
In my room.
student
Gotcha,
desks,
I knew.
right?
Yeah, student
Almost
desks
30 years
and
old.
chairs and stuff. We're trying to get a plan together to replace some of,
Remember Miss
one
Golden?
classroom at a time.
Miss
or-
Golden?
You
She
got,
was sitting in a chair
did you
in my
get
office
new
one time, it
tables
broke.
this year? Or
I did
no,
that, I
was
did
the
that
middle.
in that elementary school.
Was it the
Watching
middle
movie.
school that got new
I said,
tabletops? Somebody got new tabletops?
Oh,
Remember they had holes in them?
I do.
That was it, that was
in the
it.
cafeteria.
Okay.
Yeah, that was fixed.
So
Yeah.
paint the entire interior?
Well, the one, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
We've done what, the cafeteria and then just there around the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can get,
So both hallways.
yeah, we're working on a plan to get one of the maintenance guys set up to maybe work on that a little bit here as they can.
How is not having a librarian affecting your school?
I mean, it's tough when we have her in the morning, but she has to teach classes.
That's
So
what
it's
she
tough
said.
for teachers to get their classes in there. Recently, I've told them, you know, when they want to take their class in there, I'll cover the librarian's class so she can check out books and things like that. But yeah, it's not ideal.
They still do AR.
No,
No,
See, that's good, because to be good at reading, you have to keep reading.
No, they don't do it.
but they're not
I
doing it.
know, but they need to do it.
Oh, I agree. I always
Yeah, I
thought that
mean,
was good.
advanced, the AR program is wonderful.
Always thought that was
And
good.
so they're not doing it because of the lack of the librarian.
well, it costs like $3,000. And then on top of that, kids figured out how to cheat. So they can check in, you know, you'd have a kid who could barely read and they check out a book this thick and the answers were on TikTok. So you just watch a TikTok and you would have the answers to the test. So we figured that out last year. So to pay $3,000 and then have kids just cheat the,
So if you read like The Last of the Mohegans, because I read that when I was in the 5th grade, you could go online and find.
somewhere, yeah. So now they're doing kind of old school book projects.
James Elmo Cooper's Deer Slayer Pathfinder.
Yeah, so they'll have like they'll need to read this many pages by this day. You know,
All
they'll
those
have,
reading challenges,
they'll have,
is that what I'm seeing?
Book reports.
yeah,
Oh,
they'll have certain timelines for the kids to meet. And at the end, they'll do a project, you know, maybe make a poster or something like that. They'll write an essay on what their book was about and then they'll present it to the class.
Oh,
So
good. Public speaking
too, that
is
helps.
so
Yeah.
lacking. Even the crickets.
Mhm.
That's for the kids at East Hardy or never really get us a good start.
Yeah, with the leader in
Speaking,
me, oh, yeah. for
Because
sure.
there were like kindergarten kids that were
Who
very,
could just stand and speak right out there.
yeah, yes, son, yeah. Which most 5th and 6th graders wouldn't
Yeah.
have spoken that elegantly and stuff.
Well,
Well, I guess we'll get your roof done.
And the front entrance.
Roof.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
roof.
your HVAC and your
Yeah.
front school entrance.
Yeah.
It's not-
So they're there working on that now. They're taking the boilers out and doing some things right now.
That's why it's gotten cold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Snow.
Yeah.
the heat'll still work.
parking lot, all your parking lot.
they're working on those too. They've been out there. I think there was something underground, so they had to
Oh,
pick it
yeah,
up.
yeah, I understand that.
But they were up
Can I
yesterday. They were working on it.
That's critical
Yeah.
now, but winter months, it's real critical.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, does anybody have any other
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Stone.
Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pause this.
Give me the ice
lunch
cream
break.
next
Is that-
time, see.
Are we good to do that? Do that.
Oh, I don't know what you see.
Yeah, let me. pause this one.
I'm just like
Guarantee it.
surprised.
There's just so few of them, so few pressures, unless they're ruddy. You're not gonna
Really get back to business.
There's, you know JT Miller?
Oh, yeah,
He's got camp. He
I
goes,
know, well, that's apparently his old, his family owned that
Yeah.
years and
yeah,
years
he
ago.
goes through that property.
Yeah,
He had a 13.
Yeah. yeah, I remember him.
And he's not a real big, I mean, he hunts, but he's not a real
So I'll
Right,
call in.
he's just like me, he was, I think.
But see, when you go back to that lake, to those guys, like I said, it's gated off, it's got a metal gate, like going into a cemetery.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But if you go up over the hill, there's a road, trail, whatever you call it. But it goes back there.
Oh, to the left, does it split?
Yeah.
And then you get the dirt road goes up to the
And
left?
you can walk into Virginia. I walked into Virginia, because I wondered if you hunted in there, and I knew you'd get arrested.
Do you
If
have
you walked
another
across West
give
Virginia
one?
to get
I don't
in.
think.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank-
Hine has yours.
Yeah, he's got.
Oh, okay.
Because-
Well, yeah, because technically you're
You're
hunting.
hunting, yeah, even if you had
He's
your
holding
gun
out,
Yeah.
unloaded.
Yeah.
You okay? You good?
I think we're good. Dick,
That
you
is
ready?
good.
Are we ready on your end? I turned
Where'd
everything back
Melvin
on.
go?
Last year, I walked in from Virginia to West Virginia, been never from Virginia, but I did last year's season.
Maybe he went to the restaurant. Okay. Yeah, we
I
can,
think we're fine.
Okay,
go ahead.
all right.
I'm sorry.
So everyone has a packet? Okay. First couple of pictures there
Probably from.
is some evidence of self-care week that we did for our faculty. So that first picture is one of the tables that we had set up, had lots of snacks and goodies.
No, he needs one.
We actually did that
Mr.
for the whole week. The second picture, you can see the room, how we set up that particular room. So teachers could come in during their planning time. The picture's a little difficult to tell, but we just set it up so that it was just kind of an environment for them during the planning. Cooks, custodians, everybody could go in and enjoy that. And this was for the whole week. And those self-care cards, I put Monday through Thursday on there. We had a Friday one also. And it was kind of like bingo. So the staff members could complete as many of those activities as possible and then check them off. And then they would return their card at the end of the day. And from that, we would pick a particular winner, small prizes, large prizes. So it was just some kind of different things that they could do to emotionally reset. It was very well received. Really, it was good timing, so we're really glad we were able to do that. One afternoon after school, I think it was Tuesday, we had a faculty walk and talk. So we went out to the playground and walked around the track. And we kind of matched everybody up with someone different that they might not be so familiar with. And they had some questions that they had to ask and talk about, just so they would have conversation as they were walking and talking. So that was really good. Really big highlight that we just had recently.
This is for self-care.
As far as business is concerned, grades, you can see really enrollment is important for us, obviously at the elementary level. You can see what our current enrollment is. You can see that we're close to the maximum of those numbers currently, which is a good thing. Also mentioned the ESL population. Last year, we had 43 ESL students. This year, we've had 56. And particularly in kindergarten, 27 of those 114, which is 24%, are EL students. So when you look in those classrooms, 1 out of every 4
You say there's a lot
English
in,
as a second
there was
language.
a lot in first grade in some of the classes. That one class, I can't remember if it was kindergarten or first grade, but over half the class was ESL.
Yeah,
It
that's
might have been Lori Evans's.
a kindergarten.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's, yeah.
That's one of these
Yeah.
that I'm talking about. So that is the trend that we have been seeing. It would have been this year's first grade has several. This year's kindergarten is the largest group that we've had. So we'll see if that trend continues, that it just continues to grow. But we obviously utilize all the support that we can get. We do have the one ESL teacher, and then we had Mrs. Strawman helped us get some funding to have an ESL interventionist. So that was an additional person, didn't work every day, but we could use her schedule to help us in the classroom with those students. So that was very beneficial. Benchmarks as far as grades, you can see that first chart of the benchmark data. I'll kind of explain that chart a little bit. I want to put it in a form that you can kind of see the progress, because that's obviously what we're looking for, is to be sure our students are making progress. So when you look at that first chart where it says math, kindergarten, at or above mastery, you see the two numbers. The first number, 44, is the beginning of the year percentage. And then the 67 is the middle of the year test. So that category of students, kindergarten math, improved from 44 up to 67%. And then that's how the chart is for all of those particular categories. So we've seen growth in all of those areas, which has been really good, particularly in second grade. We've done a big focus on second grade. We have an extra interventionist that's been working with our second grade students to prepare them for that transition into third grade. Seems like that's always a big jump, expectations, and the curriculum changes drastically from that second to third grade year. So we put a point of emphasis on second grade. So that's the data from all of those categories. And obviously that last category of intervention, that's where we want our smallest numbers. Obviously, they keep moving to the left in that chart over for the at and above mastery. And we'll be testing again. I think it's the first week in May. We'll be doing the end of the year testing. So we'll
Your
see.
ELS students, Mr. Armstrong, do they take the same test as the?
They do. And that's a good question. Obviously, you can see those numbers are going to affect this particular data.
So this one that's on watch, what are your parameters for those that are on watch?
So some of those have a SAT meeting, which means we meet with the parent and the teachers together and come up with a plan, especially when we know early that those students might be struggling, so that we can talk to parents, get them on board, whether it's some type of after-school program, tutoring, anything like that we can offer to them. So that's the category that we really want. Obviously, it's named appropriately. Watch them. We can't let them slide, and we definitely want to boost them toward that at and above mastery. So several of them have that student assistance team meeting with them, and they're in the intervention also. So when we have that SAT meeting, we'll tell a parent, we're going to work with your child on these skills for 30 minutes a day, every day that we have those interventions. So we got a plan to watch them.
Yeah.
When we went and observed your teachers, Melvin and I both looked at the ones that were actually up and not sitting on their ASSs. And it was kind of amazing. Like I said, there was a lot, and I know when they do the small groups with the rugs and all that, they pretty much have to. That's what we saw for the most part. But I was impressed with the ones that were up. And even some of them were first grade teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're in those small groups, that's been a great benefit. And I think I made note of that. When they have those classroom aides and the teacher, and you can separate into those groups where they have specific skill needs and not just spray it to the whole group and hope everybody gets a little bit, you can really hone down on the skills that those kids need. So that's a great benefit to have those aides in those small groups. And a lot of times with those interventionists, we can split it into 3 and 4 different groups. So with a full class size of 24 or 25, you can manage 6 a whole lot better and know what they know and what they need versus having 24 of them looking at you and hope everybody in the back is just.
That's what the state needs to
catch a
do if
little.
they give this test in the third grade. They need to give all third grade classrooms aides and fund that, which you're not gonna do, but that would make a difference.
No, they will
Yeah,
fund it.
Yeah, they're
It comes
funding.
in funding this year.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
That'll help.
Yeah,
For
that's the last-
2026,
They
yeah.
progressively put those in first grade, second grade, and I guess third grade gets them next year.
What's going with the 0 with the first grade with the beginning of the year?
0 needed intervention.
Yes. So at that point, that means there was no one in that category of first grade that needed that intervention level. So everybody was either at or above or in that one watch group.
Okay,
Now-
so not the definite, oh, no hope.
No, that means there was no one at that level.
Okay,
Now, I will tell you that sometimes in first grade, we see this a lot and we always panic when it happens in the beginning of the year. The START test that we give, the expectation at the beginning of the year is really high. Like they need to come in as readers. And if they don't, a lot of times it will show up that they did not get enough practice questions correct. And it will just basically kick them out of the test and say, talk to your teacher. And we let them take that test a couple times to see, if it was just, okay, they were nervous. But a lot of times they don't even score high enough on the practice to get a score, and it will show up as not tested. So then obviously we know we got to focus on that group. So that's why at the middle of the year, we see that large increase, because they didn't do very well in the beginning, but they did well at the middle of the year. So we always panic, and teachers are always thinking, oh my goodness, I've got such a large group that did not score. So we got to really focus on them as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Because the expectation is really high on that test at the beginning of the year.
Is the STAR test very rigorous? Or it's a pretty simple?
It's basically to the point. I mean, it can get intense, and depending upon the abilities of the students, of course, some of them have more trouble with it than not, but I wouldn't say it in itself is too.
Well, it's actually computer based, which means they'll start with a particular question, and then if you get that question correct, it will get more difficult.
As you
And then
progress.
as you get some of them incorrect, it'll bounce it back. So it kind of takes that.
In consideration,
Yeah.
the level of the
So if you get the beginning questions incorrect, it's going to keep giving you easier and easier and
Questions till you
easier
have
questions until the
possible.
point where you get them all wrong. And then that's the point of, okay, talk to your teacher. But it's not really so much aligned directly to the standards of those grades. So for example, in kindergarten, you might get a question about money on the math section, but money is not taught. It's not expected to be taught. But if you get some questions correct, that's one of the harder questions that it's going to give you, that maybe you know something about coins and money already. So it's computer adapted. It gets more difficult and it gets easier depending on how well you do.
It's amazing when you go to a store and where people never count out, they just hand it to you and change. And you hope that they count it correctly, because a lot of them don't know how to.
They can't make change.
No,
And
well,
that's
they've
what-
never been taught.
It's one of the standards that always changes
Right.
in the state. Like one year it'll be in first grade, and then if they redo the math standards, it may come out as a second grade standard. So then you've got that gap between, did this group actually get it, or did it, pass them and skip them? So it changes a lot. And sometimes in the particular grade, they have to identify it, count it, work with it, add it, subtract it. There's no expectation the year before to just identify the coins. So it could be the first time in second grade that they've seen a nickel. So if they don't know the picture of a nickel, they don't know it's worth 5 cents.
Yeah.
They can't count it and subtract it, because there's no expectation to teach it the year before.
We take a lot for granted.
Yeah.
We assume everybody knows that.
Yeah.
oh, look at this, the scores are exactly the same. Well, they were on both of them.
That test in kindergarten, it's actually a combination test. The ELA
Okay.
and math is combined. So
Okay.
that's why that happens. The next one, at trend data, this was interesting when I was looking at this. And I want to keep track of it for next year and hopefully years beyond. So this is the data that we started with in 23-24 school year in kindergarten math in that first chart. So at the beginning of that year, 63% of our students in kindergarten were at or above mastery. If you look at the next line down, this year at the beginning of the year, and it's a different group of students, they started at 44%. And if you look at that across all of those charts, you'll probably notice that this year's group of students, their scores were lower at the beginning of the year than the year before. And if you look at that next page, that's also true for first and second grade. So if you look at the 23-24 scores, for the most part, and you look at this year's scores, they started lower than the group last year. Now,
That's discouraging.
I don't know if that's just this particular group of students. However, when I saw it in the first and second grade, that really started to make me wonder, like, how much of the material are they retaining from the end of the previous year to the beginning of the next year? Or is the test so different at the beginning of that following year that that's causing the problem of, so when they ended first grade, you know, if you have 82%, and then they go back and it's 55 the following year, like, how much material are they retaining? So it's something I want to keep track of. Maybe it's just unique. It may just be this group of students. Next year may be completely different. I don't know. But I want to keep an eye on that just to see if that is a trend that we're having.
That's a pretty big drop off, really.
Yeah.
In some of those categories, it is. It is.
Yeah, 82 to 55. 90 to 39.
But it was just interesting when I was thinking about that. I don't know, obviously, again, we're looking for progress. Like, wherever they start, we obviously have to work with them from that point and get them to improve. And they are, and the teachers are doing a great job with that. I just want to see what happens at the beginning of next year, kind of keep an eye on that number.
Your high schoolers who are coming over, I see them, I saw them actually working with individual students. Is it more individual or group, or does it make any, well, which seems to be most effective?
It's really beneficial individually because either that student is particularly low in an area, or it's good for the engagement of that child because they may not be able to attend like everybody else. They may need that one-on-one. So working with them one-on-one like that, they're going to accomplish a whole lot more than if they were even in a group of 6.
Okay, the young man, Burkett?
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure I don't have his name right. I was really impressed by him.
I tell you what, they are all fantastic.
Yeah.
Miss Lindell does a great job. The high school putting them in a schedule and kind of screening them. They know the expectation. They're there every day. Like, a lot of them who are seniors, when their year is basically over and their classes are finished at the high school, they will come back.
To be with their.
Even to be in the elementary school during the
Elementary
time
kids.
period that they were scheduled to be
I was
there.
gonna say, that one said she didn't want to be a teacher. I think the little Georgia girl,
Mhm.
she said she didn't want to be a teacher.
Well, and it's good
Good
for them.
experience.
Heck
It is
yeah,
good. It
found
gives them
out.
personal skills. A lot of the things that they get from it are confidence. As a high school student coming over, they build a lot of.
You don't have
confidence
to
in
be a
themselves.
senior though, because that one boy's only a sophomore.
No, but the seniors, when their year,
Okay,
their
right.
classes are finished, those are the ones that they're devoted enough that they'll come back. They'll go on field trips with us, and we'll get permission. They go on our field trips.
So what, do you have to be, could you be a freshman?
I don't think you can be a freshman. Like, they need to take their core classes, and then once they have some electives that they're able to select from.
Because the guy, well, he's only a sophomore, isn't
Mhm. Yeah, so it's a great program, and
Well, they were all
It's good.
very active with the students. There wasn't any of those high school kids just in there fooling around.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
They were helping each class that we were in.
Yeah,
Yeah, they weren't standing around talking. with each
No, they
other.
were
They were engaged with the students.
the kids.
Well, you never have more than, do you ever have more than one in this class at the same time?
We don't normally,
I was gonna
just
say,
because we don't have enough, and I like to spread them out as much as possible, just so the help is spread out.
Mhm.
You know, they're needed in every class, so
So are the high schoolers selected, or do they volunteer to spend that block of time?
they
With
can
the kids.
volunteer to choose that to be in their schedule.
Mhm.
It's like media specialist or whatever.
Yeah,
She has the name of the
It's
class.
Holly Lindell's, Mrs.
Are they there
Lindell's
for the entire
class,
block?
library.
Yes, they are.
That's gonna change next year when they go to the.
Well, I've talked to
They go
her,
double,
I think we have it
double
worked
block.
out that they're gonna do
double
back to
block,
back.
yeah.
So
Yes, I'll tell
it'll
you.
still
It'll be
be,
two periods
yeah,
rather than
nice
one
chunk of
block.
time that the walk over and the walk back is
Right.
not gonna be the majority of their time.
Yeah, it would be.
So, yeah, it would. But yeah, they get to choose, and then I think she has kind of a process that she goes through that be sure they know the expectations. And it's a part of the Grow Your Own program also.
Right.
She has those students
Yeah.
who are hopefully gonna become teachers and will come back to us.
Yeah, I asked Burkett if he planned to be a teacher.
He had to think about it, didn't he?
No,
He said,
No, he's military and then school on the GI Bill and possibly a teacher.
Yeah.
He would be good.
Oh, yeah.
He would be good. I was really impressed with him.
Yeah.
is she a senior? Miss Rhodes?
I think, right?
I don't think he is. I think he's a junior.
Junior.
Okay. Well, I just assumed he was since he was
No, I think he's.
so good with him.
So attendance, tracking attendance, our attendance is good, 93%. But again, I'm kind of looking at that trend by month. So those numbers are last year in August through March, and this year, August through March. So it's good. You can see there's kind of dips in there. If we have a flu season or things like that, it always affects it. The Marshall walkthroughs, those are really beneficial for us. Got those completed for the year. And that's where I wanted to make that note that when I go in and do those short walkthroughs, that's what I really can see is the student engagement is a whole lot better now that there are aides in all of those classrooms. So one distraction from the teacher is not gonna hinder the 22 other kids in the class. Somebody else can kind of deal with a Band-Aid or a kid getting sick or whatever it might be. There's still teaching and learning going on because of that second adult. And I see that a lot, and I've put that on my notes for those walkthroughs. So the engagement has been really good. Child nutrition. I
Bless you.
asked Ms. Tina to just give me a report, give me 2 back-to-back days. So this report was just from March 24th and 25th. You can see our breakfast participation was 85 and our lunch was 80%. So that's really good. I'm pretty consistent with that. Those ladies are really busy. When we're not able to get a substitute, which happens sometimes often and in a stretch of time, they really have to work to get their job done, but they're good at it. I appreciate it. Parent involvement, our LSIC is really good, really active group. Our PTO, they're just completing the book fair this week, so they're good with fundraisers and all the events that we do that we need help. Born Learning, that's the program for our preschool students that we reach out to those parents of those preschool students. We have activities that are monthly sent home for them to do with their child, and then they can send evidence back. So that's been really good throughout the years, and we hope that we can continue that. I think that's probably why our preschool, as you saw, that number is maxed out at 80. Just because they know that we're gonna reach out to them, we want their help, we want to help their child, so that connection is really good. Transportation, drop off, pickup times are good, hopefully that'll continue for next year. Like we haven't really talked about any changes that occur with that, but those are good. Finances, We received another grant for the therapy dog training. That cost about $2,000 a year to get shadow retrained each year. And the 4 handlers that we have at the school, so we wrote a grant to get that money. Staff culture. You can probably see the first one. That's kind of a summary. But it's a good staff. I mean, we did the self-care week. We just talked about that. I've noticed, like, I guess it was back in 2009 when I started, I noticed that it was a staff that was near that retirement age when I adopted them. So that group started retiring, and so then, you know, the age kind of goes down a little bit. Now it starts to swing back up. We're on the upswing. So I will tell you, when you start seeing some retirements come in, the trend is going to clear us out pretty quick, because we're at that point of, it's those who came in at that certain time, and now they're getting to the max age and years. So
People in their, what, early 50s?
It's that 55. They've got like that 27 to 32 years of experience, and they're looking into it. And
Can you still retire with 80? You have 80?
Depends on your retirement system, which one you're in.
yeah,
Have to have.
it's pretty complicated. Like everybody
Really?
that's checking into it
All
now.
different systems, yeah.
Yeah, it's so just kind of be prepared. They're on the way. So whoever signs off on those,
Just tell them you said no. Sorry.
that's okay. You can say that it's been rejected and stamp it and send it back to me, and we'll deal with it. But I just see that coming. And I get it. I mean, many of you have been in that same category, so you know what it's like. You know when
It'll be hard to replace them too, because people are not going into it.
So that's my concern, and that's why I bring it up. Like anything we can do to recruit, that's the overworked, underpaid thing. But I know it's not always available of things that any of you can do.
Well, it's not a lucrative position like it. You know, I think the people in my class, almost all the ones in the top 10% of my class became teachers. Me, Tom Mathias, Peggy, Bonnie, Karen Park, you know, in your class, you were, but you were about, there's not, you and Tanya,
Yeah.
many.
10.
10, 3,
Yeah.
you know, and it's getting lesser and lesser, fewer and fewer, however you want to say it.
Well,
It is.
it's
And it
people
comes
that are
back
gonna go
to
there.
overworked and underpaid
If
and not
They kind of
underappreciated
know where
more
there's
than anything.
going to be positions available if you let them know.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're all aware they spend a good bit of time with Mr. Armentrout and Ms. Lindale.
Yeah,
I think
and
that's
know
one of the things they talk
Where
about,
positions are going to be available.
what the needs are. Yeah, they talk about those things.
Just
Getting them through.
countywide, you know, so that
Statewide,
if they have
nationwide.
their,
No,
we want to try to keep
Yeah,
them in
it's
the
not just
county.
here.
Oh,
Well,
it's
and not
everywhere,
just
yeah,
teachers.
but if we could keep them in the county, that'd be
Do
wonderful.
we still do the recruitment at remember there was a big thing that one time we went to like Fairmont State?
Uh-huh, well, we still
Shepherd.
go to some of
Okay.
those, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm sure the teaching programs at those schools have significantly
Yeah, I was
gone
gonna say,
downhill too.
Paige is at Fairmont, she's a junior, and she's the only history major in her class right now going through
The
education
entire-
program- through the education program that's going to be a history teacher. So that tells you a lot, like that's a,
And it didn't go any better.
One. Yeah, that's crazy. And normally when we get like a new teacher that's just out of college, I will tell them, call your friends. Did you have anybody else in your group? We have a job for them. You know, even if, to me, even if it's just a startup, like if we can get you here, we can always keep you here later. We can deal with that part. But let's
It
find.
was
housing.
amazing back in the 70s, but maybe late 60s. All the teachers came out of PA, Slippery Rock, Shippensburg. I mean, there was a big influx of those teachers that came in here because even then there weren't enough locals. But there at one time, there was a lot of PA people that went to schools like Slippery Rock, Shippensburg, whatever those schools are.
Social emotional. Great to have our CIS worker, Miss Lindsay does a fabulous job. We do a lot of home visits together. She reaches out to a lot of our students for many different reasons. Anything from attendance to tragedies that they're facing at their home, things like that. So it's a great program. Appreciate her a lot. We do have the AHOS therapy. We have one of the therapists who was there on Wednesday all day, and then we had an additional one this year who's there on Tuesdays. So just the number of issues that they're facing. Plus, it's a great service for parents that they don't have to take their child either out of school to get that service or after work in the evenings. It's available right there on the campus. So that's really good. Obviously we have the self-contained classroom. School cleanliness. I've talked to Mr. C about giving our new custodian training. So I think he and I have got that scheduled. I think he's going to do a whole county custodian training at our school over the summer, just to kind of refresh everybody about some
Who's gonna
new
do that?
strategies.
Josh is organizing it. Oh, he's over facilities.
Oh,
Josh
okay,
C.
Josh C,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, he's the one
Because
who will.
I was thinking, like, tell me it's
schedule
not that guy that's.
No.
Okay.
So, it's always good for them to get a refresher. They always need a new training, and there's new things and new equipment and,
Oh, absolutely, and
that he
they have a
purchases.
tough job, with trying to battle all the germs and the sticky hands and, they really do.
And the summer window was always tight to get everything done and done well. To really get it cleaned up and moved. Just some other topics. I know we talked about the new building when you were there for your observation. The Novomat, that's the new math program. Hopefully year 2 will be smooth with that.
How do your teachers, how are they accepting that and approaching that?
It's been a lot of work for them just because that program didn't cover, one of the reasons that the program didn't cover all the standards in the grade level. So they've had to really supplement a lot and go find material, go get their old material and use to bridge that gap and to fill that. But everybody that I've talked to who have used it, some New Jersey teachers, I've talked to them and called them and said, tell me about year number 2, because year number 1's been really difficult. And they said it gets easier, teachers get more comfortable with it, they get familiar with the program. So I'm hoping year number 2 is going to be much easier for them, and it'll give us good results in our scores. I'm really hoping.
At what grade level do they learn, like multiplication table? Do they memorize? Or is that not a good word anymore? Because I saw an awful lot of with
to learn it.
addition and
You have to learn it.
subtraction,
Counting on their fingers.
yeah.
So if you would talk to the Novomat people, they would tell you any strategy they use is a good strategy. So they're not so
Against
much about the
memorization.
fluency of that you can rattle off 5 times 6. If there are tools that you can use, or your fingers, or you visualize it, whatever it is, that's a good strategy. Now, to kind of go back to answer your question, it's really not until 3rd and 4th grade where the multiplication and the tables really are that important.
Okay,
As then they start to apply it at that point.
yeah.
Now, at our grades, with that specifically, they'll do patterns, which is a step into the multiplication tables. Meaning if you've got 5 groups of 5, let's figure out not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's count by 5. And that kind of is a step toward, okay, you got 5 and you've got 6 groups of those, 5, 10, 15, 20, to get to 30.
When you were,
So we do that at our grade, but it's not until 3rd and 4th grade where it's
I would
really,
say,
you need to be fluent to
when
use
you were in school, was it what? Did y'all learn in the 3rd or 4th grade?
4th.
Okay.
And you didn't get to go out to recess if you got to a certain point, you didn't know.
That's right.
There's,
I'm
let's
not
face
saying
it,
I'm
there's
helping,
no other
but
way.
never mind. Y'all judging me, I saw
Unless you
those eyes.
memorize, I mean, that's when they stopped that just.
We made these little cards that we
Flashcards?
had them on and they were on a ring.
Mhm.
And like you would do sevens time everything. And then
Yeah.
the next week you'd put your eights on the thing.
Yeah.
And the nines, till we memorized it.
But it was
And-
memorization, that's the only way you
People don't
can.
do that. People don't memorize many things anymore. It's like knowing phone numbers.
There'll never be another Doug Hines,
Saves
you
it in
remember all
your
his
phone.
kids in classes with him. They
Mr.
can't
Harper was
memorize.
saying earlier, everybody has phone, just, hey Siri,
Class of
what's
93.
556?
Good class.
Oh, I'd feel like an idiot if I had to
6 is
ask.
30.
If I had to ask
There you go.
Siri what,
Yeah, you can get an answer quickly.
That's the thing.
I could beat her though.
Well, if any of you have had a 4th grade student show you how they are learning to multiply something like 96 times 4, it'll
Oh,
blow your
yeah.
mind.
You'll be able to do that.
Oh,
It
today.
takes half a sheet of paper to do it. Amelia and I had that contest,
They break it-
who could solve
they
the
break it
answer
down like
quickest.
10s, like
And
30.
she had no
and
idea what
multiply
I
that,
was doing,
And then take the remainder.
and I had no
multiply
idea
that
what she
in
was
it,
doing.
yeah. Instead of just throwing it in your
But
head.
mine was shorter and quicker.
Which is,
And Nova Map focuses on lots of different ways to get to the same result. So
Right.
they'll, like, what are 6 ways you can get this answer or break this problem down? And then the idea behind it is teaching kids to think. It's kind of painful to watch and struggle to get through, but watching kids struggle with something and try to solve a problem, not immediately, but having to work through it.
Well,
And if you
that's
sit in
what-
one of those math
you run
classes,
into a
you're
time
kind
test,
of
that's
baffled
when you
by
run
all
into
the
trouble,
things
when you have
that
to sit there and
Yeah.
they're doing.
So you really start to think, obviously, back to the way we were taught. You fall back into that and you're thinking, why don't you just show them one way and let them get good at one way?
because not all kids learn the same way.
They don't.
Yeah.
They don't. And that's what this program promotes. As many ways as possible that a student can see how to think about that math problem differently. So when it's 50, so if it's 53 plus 9,
If one of his roots popped out.
we would just think, okay, I know what 53 plus 9 is, but the math program is gonna tell them, break up that 9 into a 7 and a 2,
That's if
and
one
make
popped out.
53 plus 7, which would give you 60 plus 2.
Yeah, they popped out here.
You get to the same answer. However, it's a different way to break it apart and be thinking about it, so.
Is this the same math that was taught 18 years ago?
There it is for now.
Thank you.
Again.
I hope not.
No, I.
We went in 2nd grade, when Adam was in the 2nd grade, and talked to his 2nd grade teacher, I won't say who it was, because he brought homework home and we could not do it. I could tell you the answer, but the steps they wanted Adam to take to get to that answer, I'm like, why? And if it's the same math, it needs to be thrown in the trash and teach it the way we taught.
This would be different.
I hope it is, because that is so frustrating. It's like, oh, this
It's
is
a
the
lot
new
of-
math, we have to teach it this way.
It's a lot of whole group, large discussion examples, talking through things, really. Again, I think the goal of it is getting kids to think about things where, not so much breaking it down on paper like that, but really making them use strategy to look through stuff. Which if you think about it, in the world we live in, and tying it not just for math, but is not something that kids are really good at. So it's been,
We could.
getting them to think and work through things has been a challenge.
I'm gonna say, all this new math we've decided over the last 30 years, check the math scores over the last 30 years.
Because we didn't.
And so that means we were taught something pretty,
That's why we switched to
that
this.
worked.
Mhm.
That's only why we have to
No, they don't
reinvent
have
the
any
same wheel.
idea.
No.
I hope, even if there is a small dip, I hope it's just to get us
Yeah.
some momentum, to get us going in the right track.
I just,
And as a county in math, and that may happen, and no one's gonna be happy about that. However, if it gets in the long run, we start moving and kids can appreciate math and understand it better, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth the work,
I'll be,
As a math teacher, which you were,
yes.
do you like the way it's taught?
I can't answer that.
He already
It's-
answered that one, didn't
It's
he?
different than the way I taught. However, I think once students get to the point where I would have taught them in high school, they would have a much better appreciation for what they're doing at that point. Because a lot of times, kids will tell you, I can't do math.
A lot of
And
them
their
tell you
parents will come back and say, I couldn't do math, so I know why you can't do math. We got to break that somehow. Like, that should not happen in elementary math. You should not be saying already, I can't do math. So if we can do anything to get their hands on it a little bit and discover it and appreciate it, instead of just, oh, I've got to memorize the 7s and I got to memorize the 8s and the 10s. Like, kids aren't real persistent right now.
Right.
So if there's something that's a challenge, they'll check out of it unless you can really boost their momentum and give them some confidence that.
Why
this can be
is
fun.
that?
I think it's because things come so easy.
Cause you don't have to work.
They,
through it.
they
Right.
know that the answer is available to them, so why do I have to do all this? Just get me to the answer. And then when we talk about the retaining of that information, they don't retain it. There's nothing that it sticks to, and then it's just gone.
No
So
need for them to retain it.
There's not. They can get it again
between computers,
tomorrow.
calculators and
Sure.
relation,
Yeah.
cell phones too.
I mean, they've got their mind filled with other things. They don't have to leave that open in their mind to say, I need to remember this math. I need to remember the vocabulary of math. They don't have to. They just go find it.
Just
And
that's
to
to
their
know.
defense, it's
That way
true.
they wouldn't have to retain it.
They don't.
It's retaining.
Yeah, but you try to get change, watch them give you change.
They can't.
Well, true. I mean, that's what we've just been talking about.
They just hand you the whole amount back. They can't count that.
It's the card.
They wouldn't have
But
been-
90%, yeah,
It's the
90% of
card.
Yeah,
them.
they just hand you the money. You better count it, but sometimes it's not.
Yeah, they're not looking for
And
it.
that's everywhere. That's everywhere.
Well, the Hispanic people seem to be pretty good at figuring money out. Honestly, I'm not being racist, but they do. I think they teach those.
When
I
you get
think
behind
they
it when they
teach their
deposit the
kids.
checks. At the banks, that takes forever.
I
I'm
think
ho-
our world's a different place than probably how we grew up. And
Sure.
it's hard to think that kids aren't gonna live.
You guys are
Emily
showing
had
your,
that quote.
the old guys are
Preparing
showing
kids
your
for a
age.
world we don't know what it's gonna look like.
You
That's
need
very
to,
true.
no,
I hope we can make them better thinkers.
Agreed.
Math is
70s.
part of that.
almost,
Amen.
it'll be this July. So we'll be right there with you.
All right.
Now, the best part of this whole
Janet's in it, so
package.
she's in
I
it.
say, I wouldn't say I saved the best for last, but
I saw this live and in person. It was
that's
pretty
how we'll
amazing.
end it.
That pie, that was
That's the
funny.
academic competition that we have, and the students have just gone.
Is that first time?
About it.
First time behind the face.
Yeah, absolutely. Good, it's gonna be
In
the
all,
last.
hey, in all my years, one,
Mr. Lambert at Brandywine Elementary does it every year.
Oh, my team's not losing. So,
No, it's a fundraiser up
oh, no,
there.
it's not fun.
Whoever
It's not
sells
fun.
the
It's
most or
competition.
whatever, the
I
kids.
did.
You'll be doing this to Shanda next
Absolutely.
year.
I did it
got
one time, Mr. Orman.
You let us know when that happens.
I will gladly.
It was supposed to have been Susie, and I said, y'all never gotten behind my face, I'll do it one time, and I did, that was so many times.
Okay, now this is a competition, so our students are split up on teams, and they're getting AR test 100s and sight word readers. We've got behavior built into it. We keep a scoreboard. And somehow, when I left for Guatemala, I was in the lead by like 2 points.
Oh, boy.
When I came back, there was a deficit on
They
mine.
fudged
So-
the results.
I had to go back and recalculate. We had a judge to go back and look at the points. So now Mr. Armentrout's in the lead, I think, by about 14 points. So I've got a cushion that I'm going to
Just
use,
don't go away.
and I'm not going away. So this one's going to count for real.
So there were kids in tears, right? From
There-
your team.
there
that
were, like,
Very upset.
Yeah,
with the
after
loss.
I did that, I obviously sat there without any emotion and kind of made it dramatic. And there were students that when we left that assembly, like they were crying. They go,
They
Mr.
thought-
Armentrout got a pie in the face.
See, what you should have done was called shadow out.
They
And say,
went off.
"Shut
Licked it
up.
off your
Clean me out."
Wow.
It might have been, that might be a little
Yeah,
iffy.
but it's been motivating for them. I can tell you, the first couple of days that we announced it, like there were kids going down the hallway saying, Mr. Armitage, you're going down, you're going down. Your team's going down. So.
And they were right.
Yes, they were. And I told the teachers that are on my team and their students, I said, we're gonna stay in for recess, lunch, after school tutoring. We will not let that happen second semester. We haven't had to do that, but anyway, it's been fun. It's been good for the kids and they've enjoyed it.
All you gotta do is cut a hole in the trash can, bag, over there.
Well, you might notice I had a raincoat on.
Oh, I didn't see that.
So I try to protect myself as much as
Where's
possible.
the mohawk? You gotta get a
No,
mohawk.
no.
And
There might be a line there.
shave, get kids to shave you.
You'd look good from the pulpit with the mohawk.
No, I'm afraid that wouldn't be too convincing. Might get some attention, but I don't know if it would.
It might bring in the crowd he's really trying to reach.
It probably could.
When John Baker and Georgie Cost did mine, it was crooked, it wasn't straight.
Yeah, see, there's a risk to that. I can wipe that pile off.
But it
Hair might not go down too quick.
it grows back. Most of it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm afraid of, is like a big space right here. Any questions?
Go ask about the physical.
Oh, yeah. If you were to do something to the physical aspects of your school, what would it be? What needs done?
Like facility wise? I tell you what, in the long term, our parking lot is gonna cause us some problems, especially the bus entrance. And I think last year at this, I had some pictures. It continuously gets worse. The blacktop is breaking up, there's the.
I mean, asphalt.
Yeah,
Surfacing.
yeah.
It's probably been 30 years.
I don't, maybe Melvin knows when that lower loop was put
Oh, my
in
gosh.
back there. I don't remember the date when that was put in.
Is the town doing any streets this year? Maybe if they had any extra, they could bring it over. You know how they bring extra and the same as State Road. If they're doing any paving?
Even around the back where the Enviroco truck pulls in, like that path, you can tell exactly where they track and back up to the dumpster. And
Yeah, it's the weight on it.
it is. And they turn their wheels and
Mm-hmm.
turn to get out of there. And then we actually had to have Mr. C to get us that extra parking lot down by the building because we have so many staff members. I didn't have enough parking spaces to even let my staff park if they were all there on the same day. So we had to put gravel down there, which has worked well. It's been good, but eventually that's probably gonna kind of fade away too, the gravel part.
I was thinking when they start building the corridor, when they have extra concrete, and they sometimes mix up. The
Oh,
schools
yeah.
over there may benefit because they're not gonna run over
Maybe that
here,
one.
but maybe
Yeah.
he's already high and he's started,
Yeah.
sometimes they'll have a lot left over.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're always glad to waste it if trying to find places to waste it because people, fuss if, neighbor A gets it and gee, no one ever asked me.
We'll see if we can get a hold of them.
Yeah, I think they got
Yeah, I think otherwise, facility wise, they fixed the few leaks that we've had in the roof.
Because you have
Lloyd
Hawks,
comes and
Hawk.
checks our heating, when there's problems with it.
And nothing else really.
I know, I-
Guys got the.
School seems very clean.
Well, and I
Yeah.
think they were diverting around
It's good,
Josh's.
it's good.
Houses.
Tile's good,
Is that right?
tile's
With
good,
that, 'cause there's
It
that.
takes a lot of-
structure's good
What's
inside
the
now.
name's code, Patty's code.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Dave.
okay, thank you.
You still remember your multiplication tables from fourth grade, right?
Yes, sir, I do. That's what led me into where I went. That was the start.
That's why we need to teach them.
Huh?
That's why I still need to be taught.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that anyway, you can learn to memorize. I mean, period.
Well, and we still, so, just so you all know, they do still do that. You've seen those schools, the Math Masters, that's the time the multiplication test. They start with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division.
Flashcards and
Kids that get the
memorization.
math
Oh, yeah,
afterwards,
flashcards, we use.
They're the kids that get the.
They have a
memorizing.
certain amount of time to do
To
the
do it.
problem.
See, I don't think- I
And
don't
when
think
they
they
do
use,
do
I don't think they can use flashcards.
Yeah, so
And
they
even
still-
with
we
your
can still do that.
addition facts, you'll see a kid
But
5 and
they're trying to
4.
get them to
They'll be there,
think
you know,
logically.
it's
Not
automatic.
something
See how,
And you
see
never
how
forget it.
it came to that answer.
Yeah,
You know.
understanding what they're doing instead of just memorizing it too, just because it works other parts of the brain, but.
So I guess if you have seven
enough-
and you look
if you
at
have
that,
enough
you do
fingers.
it twice.
Yeah.
That doesn't work very good.
You got halves
got
and
fractions.
thirds.
You got, yeah, you
I
got,
go 2, Barb, and she say, no, that's
You
1.5.
you got fractions.
Fractions.
Haven't heard that one yet.
Fractions and decimals
That's
are hard
right.
to.
Oh, yeah.
to learn.
Decimals
I just tell
actually.
everybody I sold it willing.
Oh, goodness.
That's pretty good too.
Well, and
Well, if you don't know your multiplication, if you get a fraction 5/10 to reduce it down, automatically, you know,
yeah.
they have no idea.
They have no idea. That's exactly right. I just,
Well, and with a decimal point, they're so easy because I always tell them if you're
To right.
dividing, you go to the left. If you're multiplying, you go to the right. And because your number's going to get bigger.
Mhm.
So,
I hope we've come to this part of the country, which it doesn't sound like it in our country, that we've tried to overthink how to teach.
Change is
Come up
not
with
always
all
good,
this
as Sam
modern-
Bradford said.
Technology, all
Hi,
this
Mrs.
new
Campbell.
wonderful stuff that,
Technology or change is not always for the better.
and I think that's evident
But,
in
you know,
our math
education
scores,
goes in a vicious
our
circle.
reading scores as a nation.
well,
For
and I
what we
think,
put into it, we get very little return.
I mean,
I don't think that, I think some parents still work with their kids, but it seems like that for the last many, many years, that to work with the kid is to put them in front of the TV.
Right, and like I said, when
here,
you grew up,
stand, podium, or whatever you want.
when you grew up, your mom didn't work, probably. Maybe.
She was, my mom was a nurse, so
Okay.
yeah, she
She did,
worked,
okay.
but not when I was real young.
Yeah, okay. And see,
See, my
that's
mom did the
changed.
same thing. She stopped teaching when we came home. And then when Moorfield Elementary opened in 74, started teaching.
But a lot of people, because they have to work, and they're,
Oh, nowadays, yes, I agree.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
but
nobody's a mother for the most part.
Back in your era, our era, most of them are.
Stay-at-home moms. And you only had one car, probably.
That's right. You weren't keeping up the Joneses, so you didn't need. I agree. You didn't have the disposable income.
My dad, he had this rattle trap car. Well, you know,
Yeah.
it's a used car. It was an old rattle trap car. A lot of times the clutch or something would go out on it and we'd have to push it down to the main road. And he'd block the main road till someone would hit him and, you know, on purpose and
Kinda like-
push him, give him
kinda
a
like-
push so he could pop the clutch because until the end of the week, he didn't have enough money to
Yeah. See John Candy and Unfuck, yeah, that old car,
Mhm.
boom.
Yeah. It's like, oh
Beast,
my
the
goodness
beast.
gracious.
We're ready. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have handouts, I don't know if that.
Oh, she has her. He was a newspaper man.
Okay, thank you. Good enough?
We need one more.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, you on it? Okay.
Good.
I can watch.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
So you can reference it, or maybe just one thing that I need to adjust as we go through. So we have our school motto up here, whatever it takes to be your best. We enforce that regularly at school. We inducted 54 new members into our National Honor Society, and the minimum GPA requirement is 3.5 for that. 95% of our students have a GPA of 2.0 or higher, and only 2% of our in-person students have a GPA that is below a 2.0.
It's what, like 130?
We have 148 in the senior class, and
So how many incoming eighth graders will you have?
we're gonna have about a difference of 30. So we're gonna lose
And I
about.
noticed, like I said, at Scott or Mr. Stutler's, most of the classes now are around 100, what they used to be, between 100 and 110, which will drop you down.
Fairly large.
Yeah, the 8th grade class is still larger than the ones that are coming up behind it.
They're small.
So we're not gonna have a huge difference next year, but we may see the following year start declining. We also added the academic showdown this year. That's where our students go and represent us at the academic showdown in Shepherdstown at the college. But it was their first year, and our advisor's gonna be working, I believe, this year. Yeah. Right now for our growth with the best of Hardee County.
Well, that's good.
We're really pleased with that. Do I have any questions?
And that he's changed, hadn't he? He's not the
Well-
Georgia Tech happy yellow jacket.
No, he's not the happy, he's the classic. That's our.
I was gonna say, like some of the old classics, that one looked like a
Data, it's a little bit difficult to read. We saw increases, in 50%, I would say. So our 9th grade English, our 11th grade math and ELA kind of incredibly higher from 32 to 52%. And then our math 9th grade went from 19% to 43, and our 10th grade went from 16% to 27% at or above mastery. So we're hoping to continue growing with those benchmarks. One of the things Horizon offers us is in-class activities and lessons that go along with the areas that we're lower in. So we're hoping that our teachers can implement that a little bit more next year to really boost up some of those areas that maybe are a little bit lower. In the next, and I don't know if it's in your handout, but if you look at our data, you'll see from last year to this year, the 9th graders from last year.
Excuse me.
You're fine. The 9th graders from last year really show the same type of growth. Next year with an 8-period day, we're going to be able to monitor the growth a little bit more accurately than what we can right now.
Are you gonna double block any classes besides the kids that go across the street?
They will be double blocked for choir and for band because those require longer periods of time. We also have weightlifting that also requires a longer period of time, so the individual sport class will be longer. We wanted to block the chemistry class longer and some of our APs, but we have so many students that are requesting that we don't have the ability to block double. So our chemistry requests are up into, I think, 40 now, where previous years, 3. So
3.
This year we have 5 students in chemistry. So we have a certified teacher now, and she is doing an amazing job. And so our course requests went through the roof, and we weren't anticipating that we were going to need 2 sections, but we do. Well, I don't believe we had someone that was certified in chemistry for a few years. So
One gentleman, he was outstanding. It's sarcastic. You never had him.
I did not. But we have a very good chemistry teacher, and that's showing. And so we weren't able to double block it the way we wanted to. However, the students will have it all year. So they'll still have 45 to 46 minutes of instruction every single day, all year long.
But there's another exception. All Mr. Hines produced was chicken farmers.
I'm not into that yet. But it wasn't an actual farm.
Your one chemistry teacher said that's all Mr. Hines ever
Oh.
produced was chicken farmers.
I just want to hit Mr. Hines.
I have backyard chickens. I don't know that that constitutes the same thing, but
So what's Horizon?
Horizon is a program that we use that mimics the results we would see on a PSAT or an SAT. So gauge how they're going to do on that assessment. So as they go through school, they take their PSAT 9 benchmarks 3 times in 9th grade, 3 times in 10th grade for the PSAT 10. And then by 11th grade, we should have a very clear picture of what a student needs in order to succeed on the SAT school day.
Like a vocational academic curriculum for people once they come into the freshman year, what they're going to be like in VOTEC or something.
They don't have to choose. We have some students that go to VOTEC that also take AP courses. So right now we try to meet their needs. So if they, if they want to go into medicine, but they want to take the nursing program, taking anatomy and physiology or chemistry or future. So we try to give it kind of an open pathway for them, because they don't really know what you want to do for the rest of your life. Sometimes at 45, we don't know what we're going to do for the rest of our lives. So
I think that's important that that's been pushed out, because it used to be, if you went to VOTEC, you didn't go to college. Period.
yes. And so we're also going to be,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I mean, I thought it was wrong.
Be a dual pathway.
Especially in an area like this, we should have a lot more vocationally oriented students than we do have academic. But everyone was pushed, if you didn't go to college, you couldn't be successful. And that's very untrue.
yep. And we do have students that do college courses and
Right.
can do VOTEC because they do the VOTEC in the morning. College classes are typically in the afternoon. This year, our teachers in our school, so the students won't be traveling as much to Eastern. And that will also help us support students who want to do both.
Do they still have the industrial maintenance? They get away with that.
I don't,
It's not called industrial.
building maintenance.
Building maintenance,
Mhm.
yes.
That's
So it's got a different name.
Cross city.
Mhm.
It's similar, like if they complete that program successfully, they qualify to become a maintenance employee for.
I was
school
just saying
systems.
industrial maintenance, that was more high tech
Right,
that you could,
yeah, it's a
go
different.
into. Thought they'd done with that.
Any questions on anything to do with our benchmark data? I know it's very tiny, I'm sorry. This is our attendance so far, at least up until this slide was completed. We had a dip, the flu hit, and it hit hard. Consistently been growing compared to the month at that point last year. So I think all of us,
Each bullet's a month.
yes, yes.
Which one's the, I'm sorry, maybe it's one that I'm missing it. Is the red this year's?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Blue is last year. Something, I guess. Yeah, I can
Yes.
see that.
How many chronic absentees? We haven't, or we
Um,
will talk about that later.
We have reduced our chronic absenteeism a good amount. Some of our students decided to be virtual. So then they can work more at their own pace than what they can in the traditional classroom. But it's been reduced from last year so far. And I don't think I have my printout on that one. So our Marshall walkthroughs, so we're going into classrooms throughout the week. We meet to discuss this with the teachers once we're finished. And we try to do pre-conference with them so they know what we're looking for when we come into the classroom. So it's not a gotcha moment, but a supportive moment. How can we help? And this year has been increasing student engagement in the classrooms. So we feel like when students are engaged, they're learning, not just complying with what's being asked. This is our discipline for this year. Some of this has changed since this was uploaded.
Classes.
To class or excessive tardy. So if they are excessively tardy to the point of after school detention, you would see it on there, or if they're just chronically tardy to class.
Have to change classes.
We have an A/B schedule, so some students have 2, some students have 3, and that's to reduce
Will
the.
that change next year when we go to an 8-3 day?
Likely, we'll have 2-minute transitions so that we can ensure that we have all of our accrued minutes.
Down in the gym, you have 2 minutes to get down to the shop.
Mhm. Yep, and right now we have students that are doing that.
You have what?
We do.
At one time, you couldn't get through because your lockers,
Yes,
like one person. Okay.
yeah, we used to have much
Much
less
more
space to
congested.
move. That I can't, so we're not having a fight, we're horse playing, someone gets hurt. Or I open a door unintentionally and hit someone and hurt them. So it's without intent to hurt, but it's still not something that's acceptable in the school setting.
There's a difference between disruptive and disrespectful conduct, and then disruptive and defiant conduct.
So if I'm disruptive and I'm being disrespectful to a teacher, is a little bit different than I'm just refusing to do what you ask me to do and I'm just doing anything but. So if I'm maybe I stand up and I mouth off to the teacher in front of the whole class, I've disrupted the would be the difference between that. Or refusing to do anything in the classroom, like work or the activity that they're supposed to do.
Your discipline's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost
I like
finished
that
the year.
chart. It actually tells you
How many have each
how
student?
many of what, you know, it's not a percentage. I hate percentages.
Percentages aren't always fun. Our next slide is our child nutrition. So from last year to this year, we've had a drop. And then at the bottom, you'll see adjustments that are going to be made for 25-26 school year to hopefully help support that. So right now, our students have always been able to sign out at the beginning of third block so that they can go to CWST or college classes. We're gonna be changing that they're not able to sign out until after that lunch shift, so that they have to remain on campus. So they'll be able to leave once their lunch is over. We also are gonna be working with Emily, our new nutrition director. Some students want to eat because we believe that'll help.
Yeah, you don't need 35 different menus.
They just need help. Kids don't really want to eat over and over and over. They like a little bit of variety without obviously breaking the bank, because it has to be a consideration as well. Our parent involvement and communication. So we did a student orientation night this year, and it was very successful. We had parents come in, and we did a different grade level orientation times, and went over the rules and things that were more applicable to that grade level, because freshmen really don't need to hear about parking or graduation in the context of it's happening this year, and these are some of the things. But they might need to know some high school specific topics, e-hall pass, how do you use it? So we went over those type of things, and that was very beneficial. We've had our parent teacher conferences. We do all calls and text messages. So far this year, text messages and social media are the preferred ways our parents like to be communicated with based on our surveys. We have an online newsletter that's updated. It's on a S'mores platform. So if you go onto Facebook, you'll be able to see our updated newsletter.
Is that available through the school website?
I don't know that Miss Wright has been able to upload it to the school website, but I will ask her.
I don't do Facebook, so how am I
Okay.
going to see it?
We can add, that's a fair question.
No, I'm being the devil advocate, but that's,
Mhm.
you know, I think we don't want to assume
Right,
parents don't.
absolutely.
And I'm hearing that that's where most of the school information is being. And I just think it's not appropriate. It needs to be on the school website where everybody can access
I
it.
think that's fair, yeah. Our LSIC meetings we hold, Miss Barb does a great job of getting that set up for us almost every month. I mean, we do it our 4 times that we're supposed to, but we have had more meetings than just before required. Stakeholder surveys, we put those out. I put one out at the beginning of the year. We have one out right now on communication, and environment survey through the BDE. We sent that out, and I'm assuming we'll get those results
Soon, usually.
hopefully.
Hopefully.
Transportation, we've had a total of 3 bus incidents that we have. Not all of them were write-ups. One of them just was a conversation that I needed to have with the student to request them to stop doing what they were doing. So no major incidents today. Unless he's not there, and then I'm out there keeping cars from coming in with the buses. And then at the end of the day, I do bus duty daily to make sure that we have everybody coming and going. Any questions on any of these?
How many students do you have driving to school?
Quite a bit. I can't tell you the total because some of them don't park on campus.
You have to pay.
To park on campus, yes,
right?
yes.
Where do they park?
So it's $30 for a parking pass for the whole year. And then where do they park, on campus or off campus? I don't know. I've not gotten any complaints about parking this year off campus, so.
You put a sticker on their car?
They have a little placard that hangs. And this year we also did an incentive with the juniors. If they increased by 20 points benchmark to their SAT school day score, they could get a free parking pass for next year. So try to incentivize it a little
They
bit.
raised hell when I started charging them $10. I had parents say, Mr. Hannity, just pay that $10. Remember the Craig girls? I think one was a teacher there.
She probably still feels the same.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Well, I think it's a pretty
It's
medium
yeah,
charge
we would
compared to other.
Oh, yeah. Well, I
school
think some
districts.
schools even back then were charging. Yeah, some of your AAA schools, it may be as far as high as 100.
Yeah, some of them are
I had a
expensive.
question about, I had someone question me about the parking, was there adequate? Some people that weren't parking on campus were saying that there wasn't any parking, but what I found out is that if you have a parking pass, that you agreed to submit to random drug testing.
Yes,
That's correct.
you do.
And I think that possibly some of the ones that they have something against being randomly tested. Or maybe they don't have the money, I don't know,
Do
but I
they
would
still
say
bring the
look
dogs in
into
anymore?
it.
Do they bring the dogs?
Occasionally,
Because you never hear them.
occasionally they do.
Mhm.
We don't know.
They do the kids' cars too, they used to do that too.
Yeah, they do the parking lot as well. But right now, we have that large class
See
of,
that dog just sitting there.
we have a class of 148 as seniors. So if they're not getting parking spots as a junior, it could be because we do not have the parking space to offer. So if anybody's questioning, why aren't there enough parking spots? We have an incredibly large class, and once this class goes through, we should have at least 30 parking spots that are available to be sold. So hopefully that will also make it a little easier for them.
So is it first come, first served?
This year it was based on, I just pulled random amounts or random letters of the last, started with seniors and went to the juniors. Next year, we've actually attached it to, you can fast pass based on your GPA and your attendance of the last quarter of this year. So,
Well, that's good.
that way seniors who have a 4.0 and no attendance issues have first dibs.
Good.
There shouldn't be, that's
That's good.
inappropriate
Yeah, they
reward.
should.
Right.
Yeah.
For them for doing the right things.
Be creative.
So hopefully we can help encourage that a little bit, work with the currency that means something to them. School finances based audit. And so we don't actually get findings at the school level anymore. It would happen at the county level. And then so segregation of duties, which is something that has just been traditional because they only had one secretary based on the school year that this was done. This would have been for the 23-24 school year. And ticket take more than 5 games was another note. And then one other one, they had some checks that did not have 2 signatures. From what I talked, I feel that percentage of checks would have been an issue at the county level. So none of those, as far as I'm aware, will impact. I did have to note in here, we did have a little bit of a morale hit with going from block scheduling to 8-period days. And goes through, it's gonna cause some issues for folks. Separate and divide. We're working on increasing morale and school culture through increased communication, through on discipline. We do Wednesday cornhole time. So after lunch, Mr. Hours will open up the gym and let them play cornhole from time to time on Wednesdays. Just something to make the middle of the week more fun for them, hopefully more interesting. And then Wacky Wednesday Teacher Underground Dress Up Day. We started this spring where teachers have a theme that they have to dress as, and then the students guess, pull the name out of the hat, and they win a prize. It's been a Yeti each time. So just something, keeping it fresh, and it's the end of the school year, and sometimes it's a little harder at that time of the year. Handwritten notes of appreciation to our staff. We're developing a student leadership team for next year. So students from different interest levels different. So it shouldn't be student selected. It's not going to be based on who wants who to represent them. I'm going to go and try to find students from each background, and so that all groups are represented rather than a handful. And try to see, what do the students think we can improve? And if there are decisions to be made, another group that we can bring it to rather than just student council. Not that student council is not important, they are very much important. But I do think everybody needs representation and a voice. We also have been using the data from our stakeholder surveys, so trying to get out information the way that parents prefer it, trying to get feedback from teachers as well when we're going into the spring and looking at that, what rules we want to keep, what things we feel like we can let go of. And then administration, visibility, interaction. Mr. Altabella and I have worked hard to try to be in the classrooms, in the hallways. Sometimes the kids complain in the office, but I'm out and around.
That's a good thing.
So walkies are for.
That's right. Ours, I'm hoping, aren't getting blown up this afternoon. Hopefully, Mr. Altabella is
I
good.
want to see him. Turkey Monday, Wednesday.
We will see. See if we can get him to do that. He has to be a turkey. Like your favorite animal. Social emotional support. This is a big topic. Museum. The iTime lessons we do during our links days. Once a month, we have a links time that is set aside that's to focus on social emotional and their academic. They are at that point, and their bench data as it is at that point. And they keep it all year long in their folder. Teacher keeps that. But they also do the iTime lessons that Ms. Combs provides to the teacher. So she sends it out, they do the activities. And when we did our student survey that I just received back, they actually, iTimes was one of the things they felt like helped them connect to school, because that was one of our questions. We do our surveys for feedback, EA, Haas, counseling. As does Ms. Cone. We utilize our resources a lot. We actually was an intern that came and worked with our students as well under Ms. Combs. Incredibly helpful to have extra people there. So we were very appreciative to have him.
How do your students get their next year's schedules?
So
when do they get them? How do they get them?
they will be getting them before they leave school this year.
So they will go home with them?
Yes, that is our plan.
How about the end of the year report cards?
Well, that'll be under the direction of Dr. Van Meter. However, she tells us to do it.
We typically have them finished and ready by the time they're gone, so there should be.
So they
any
take
issues.
them home with them, you don't have to stuff them in an envelope and their schedule mailed to them.
Yeah, as long as everything prints and comes out the way it's supposed to, it should be like one.
Yeah. But so right now, Mr. Dayton is working on finishing up the 9th and 10th grade schedules. He is then going to move on to the 11th, 12th grade schedules. Students will be able to do schedule changes during certain days over break, but they'll have their everything before they leave. Yes, yes.
When
So
you start school, you're ready to roll.
hopefully that's
Yeah,
the plan.
I learned that when I first, they didn't have, the first year I was there, they didn't have a schedule. Ernest had made a schedule, of course. He didn't, I don't think he knew how. But anybody, the first week of school, that's all that we did. Change schedule.
Yeah, and sometimes you have that even if you do the schedule.
Their friends.
So we kind of have to keep that in the back of our minds too. But at least this will give Mr. Dayton more time to handle those things rather than having so many people at one time. School cleanliness, we're fully staffed with our custodial staff, thankfully. We do have checklists for So when we ran into issues where a custodian maybe isn't getting an area the way that they need to, I laminate a checklist and give it to them so that they can use dry erase marker. And each time they do it, they mark it off. So then they're not lost by the end of the evening of what they've done. And those get modified as needed. The bathroom checks on the hour. So we have an on the hour checklist, all of the bathrooms, just to make sure that there's no vandalism occurring.
That's the first we saw that was at your school, and I thought that was
I like
an
that.
important thing to do too.
Well, we didn't want to close down the bathrooms
Right.
because kids need to go to the bathroom. But at the same time, we needed something to prove like, okay, it happened between this time and this time. Now I can watch the camera and I've at least narrowed down my pool of people along with the eHall pass system to kind of figure out where it's coming from.
Who went in the restroom?
Mhm.
You don't see them in the restroom.
No,
but, yeah.
no, I can watch the
Make sure
hallway.
TV knows that.
Yes, no, we don't have any cameras in there, just in the hallway. And then I can also look at my eHall pass and say who had a hall pass out at that time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then just thank you for coming to our classrooms and all of your support you've given us this year.
We enjoyed visiting your school, and I was impressed with the class. You know, there was a lot of students in the hallway. I mean, it was quiet.
Mhm.
But many students, and impressed with you being in the hallway all the time, and I think that's a big help in the school.
Yeah, I'm not very big, but I can stand in the hallway.
In my opinion, you're the first principal Wolford High School's had since I left.
Kimberly's did a fantastic job. I'm very happy to have her.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
the visit,
tickled. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate
you
that.
ruffled some feathers, but that happens when you toughen things down, that happens.
Well, I want the kids to know that we care about them and that they
Tough
matter.
love, tough
But
love.
we also have to have
Right, discipline.
discipline for the sake there.
That they're safe.
Yes. Yes. Do you guys have any other questions?
Dixie has a question about facilities, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're doing something, if you were doing something to the facilities at Moorfield High School, what would they be? This is physical.
Facility. Is it pie in the sky?
Just what you think would really enhance things.
Well, our student
Or needs.
council has already started working with them. And so finishing that out to have more of an outdoor classroom area or an outdoor eating area that the students can enjoy being outside, not just inside all the time, because in the high school level, you don't have recess like you do in most of the other levels, and our kids are inside all day. That's not really good for your mental health or your physical health.
Yeah, it's
So-
gotta get out in the sun.
Yeah, having some outside time would, and an area for them that's easy for them to get
Where would
to.
they put it, Mrs. Campbell?
Well, we have a courtyard area right now. And so that's where that would be. They're gonna finish that out. And so we can add more tables over time to make it, even where if a teacher wants to take a class out and do a lesson, they could be out there.
That's on the back near the baseball field.
Mhm.
Over here, thinking.
Right off the cafeteria.
Mhm.
Close to where it was with.
Yeah,
Before.
close to
Yes.
where it used to be. And they had tables and the kids used to go out there.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, that would be good.
So-
Okay,
Yeah, they
So
had,
that's-
they had their own little niche sheets, like
Yeah.
redneck sit in one corner. You trouble that, yeah? Oh, yeah.
So if I could have other things done to our facilities, it would be to because we have travel teams that are changing in a very small space. That's the softball locker room. Have a concession stand say anymore. Our bleachers need to be upgraded because the back is open and we were cited on that. So we have to address that in some way. So it would be nice to be able to put a new set of bleachers there rather than just continuing to make the upgrades to the old ones that have been there an extended period of time.
Where did, Where did you say the visiting football team dresses?
In the softball locker room.
Is that part of the gym?
By the gate, you know where the
It's-
gate is on the back entrance?
Yeah.
It's the old cannery,
Old cannery. Mhm.
but it's been
It's off the
closed
street.
off more, so there's less actual space in it now
It's very
for them to change. And so that's kind of been a little bit of a challenge. Impact academics, so that's why I was thinking courtyard first, but our football complex, baseball complex, to have a separate area that's just a weight room, locker room and a weight room, because I have girls that go out there and are part of the weightlifting class, feel incredibly uncomfortable in a football locker room. So having that would help them, I think, also. Nothing that's, has to be taken care of at this moment, but if I had to choose, those would be some things.
Did you ask? So she told me.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
The building that used to be the concession stand, what's happening with it?
We're cleaning it out right now. And so we're going to try to see if we are allowed to use it through the changing our traveling team.
So part of it, the back part is part now, that's where the.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. But if we're unable to get the
Yeah,
health
it's not
department
bad.
to sign off on our concession stand being back in there, then we'll black out the windows so nobody can see in the locker room.
Mr. Harper probably didn't remember, but at one time you had to put on everything but your. You don't
Mhm.
remember that, do you? When you went to Petersburg.
Oh, yeah. We
You
rode the
remember
bus.
that? Where everything was
Yeah.
addressed? Yeah.
rode
Yeah,
the
we
bus.
didn't put on shoulder pads.
That's what
Jersey.
it
That was
is. But they
everything.
don't want to put it in.
Yeah, that was back 2 years.
Back in the day,
Yeah.
Travis
Yes.
that way.
Yeah. Especially when you're junior high.
in the cannery,
Yeah.
we're just moving things out. So right now it was being used as storage and we're slowly getting things moved out of that building so that we can get in there and,
Okay.
If you have student desks, Mr. Sutler needs some.
okay, I do have some.
If they're in decent shape, he has some.
We can help them out. Yep. Besides that, I think we're good. Oh, and a net,
And then,
a net for behind the baseball backstop
um,
because balls are continually hitting the roof and I'm a little concerned that might be some of our leakage issue.
oh, maybe.
I didn't think about it until I was in the office
can't
one day
get
and
to
I
the
heard them coming across.
You can't get to the windows.
It does get to the windows.
It's not, it always just seems to go right on the roof.
Yeah.
Because when I was at Clayton, I would go in, take my keys and climb up and
One
go.
time I went through the windows,
Balls
didn't
down.
it? It's hard to tell how many windows.
We only have had one window that I know of
I
that,
don't,
You can always bounce.
but it didn't break.
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember any window issues with it, but
Uh-uh.
majorly go on the face.
But they do go on the roof a lot.
Good, having people go up there and walking on that rough.
But we didn't let people up, but I would go up, I would just take mine and go up and get them because they'd pile up and then the game, we'd go get them down.
Yeah. And I think Mr. Armentrout does a good job of taking care of getting them. It's just, with some of the leaks we've had, I was a little concerned after I heard it go across that
Maybe that was not helping.
it might not be a helpful fact.
How much are those nets?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've not even priced one. I know they're very expensive
Okay.
from what I know because the golf course needed one for the driving range.
Is that something that the boosters?
Well, right
should be
now,
supplying?
right now the boosters have helped us out with a lot of, and they're still putting out a lot of money for the track resurfacing, or the actual track. I think the board's gonna do, right, through the monies given through the governor's office.
Yeah, that and the limb that we're taking out. that's
Yes.
unfinished parts of it, yeah.
Yep, so they're working on that project. They're also working on some buildings to go at the end of the track. They're looking at shipping containers because,
For restroom and dressing facilities.
for storage, because the
Yeah,
storage
they
building they
don't
have
Their
is,
equipment.
yeah, and the storage buildings are wooden and old and they worked really well in the time that they were purchased, but now they need to
Remember,
be
you used to
replaced.
get a tractor trailer, a box Comes from the tractor.
Chipping
Yeah.
containers.
Mhm.
Yes,
Two of them.
yes.
They've done a nice job of keeping us updated. They come
Good.
occasionally to a board meeting and give the Florida presentation on where they are with the track, which has been nice.
Yeah,
So
they're,
they've done a nice job.
they have done a very nice job. They came and helped us clean the trophy cases.
So,
We were trying to ways that we could incorporate boosters and without asking for money.
that's nice.
And yes, yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe. I don't think we did. Circleville, we never played Circleville, but I'm sure you probably had the dress to go there. Parsons,
Do we have
I think
any
we
other
played
ones?
Parsons. Or maybe we, well, yeah, you had the little big pants.
Freshman one time, we had to dress here and try that.
Didn't we go down
Muddy.
in there and
Rain.
see where the
So you came back.
football players?
That's when I talked
So that was always
to
a mess too, when the distance.
Christiana Boovy. She,
It just, they kick your
Oh, yeah.
kids up against the wall. Oh, yeah. It was just an absolute damn mess.
Okay. Yes.
And if they lost, it was muddy, it was that much
I was gonna
worse.
look at the Zoom in for her.
Elm Street runs right into the gate, right? So right before you enter the gate, the entrance to that, the cannery on the right, on the, off of the street. Before you go into the gate, right? It's
Yeah,
outside the gate. That's where,
They didn't have a place
the-
for
the-
it to change.
Tammy had an office in there, I think, and they had remodeled it, and then now they use it
wore
as
your
the.
pants.
Yeah, it's their football.
only this time, just because it was such a, it was only a week between postings. That's probably why not, but it doesn't look like it outside of what I gave you there.
And you didn't have a supply truck. You didn't have a supply truck to take your shoulder pads, to put them on the seat underneath your seat.
Yeah, just that
Just
one.
that one. All right, awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Just gonna get this information from Ms. Dean.
And your helmet, if you had it too. Yeah, it takes you rest quite a bit. How are you?
Okay,
Thank you, dear.
thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate you.
Some of the basketball, Jim, like in Gordonsville.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Very good. Just
Hello,
wanted to have
ma'am.
her around. Same way.
I guess it's over here.
Yeah, she can, anywhere, any of the chairs are fine. You can, are you just handout or PowerPoint too? Okay, then you take your time, get you hooked up, just,
Okay.
that is our owl, because the meeting is live, because it's a aired board meeting, just so you know.
Okay.
They still play basketball in the old gym over there?
I don't think so.
Not as much as they used to. I think every, used to be an every weekend thing.
Where Orangesville.
The Hans,
Mm-hmm.
Dave Rudy, the grill, that's real.
Just want to take some of that trash.
Clear some of that out. You got a new basketball team out there.
Jerry. Trash?
The old one's probably about 10 now.
Anybody else? It was Charlie the oldest, the girl, little girl. I don't know.
Jerry said
So what do I gotta do here, Sheena?
Oh, are you gonna, pass, or you wanna plug in? Let's plug in.
You'll play something with football, then.
No, that's what broke my arm.
We would have lowered ourselves. We have been playing baseball. Sandwich had to do baseball. Basketball.
There you go.
Football about every years, like we start pressing up.
Yeah, they were decent here.
I think we're just waiting on.
Yep. We played hit my senior year. They're single. No, they're single. The old school.
Yeah.
I don't know if I check.
It's okay, we'll share, we'll share.
Yeah.
She's gonna get, yeah, you have this one.
See, in junior, we beat them two races. No, we didn't play for senior, we beat them for our junior. Sophomore, that's thought of that.
Yeah,
I'll explain.
Yes.
Okay. We left
I
the
mean,
field
it's the only one
about
that hadn't gotten
34
report.
seconds together. It got down team. We put two of our kids, put two of the kids' legs, arms. Coach out said, get comes on the field. We go down that hill. we go down the field.
Oh, yeah, that's so.
I saw that was me right in the back of that. One of them didn't, he suspended forever.
Yeah.
She was only a couple games.
Tanglewood.
She was
Not where I live, but she's in Tanglewood. I'm not in Tanglewood, I joined it.
senior, 14, going junior. John and I, we were sophomores. We didn't play much.
Sells insurance.
And we
With Tom.
had tremendous.
With Tom.
You were baseball, basketball team in the state. Big six.
Is she?
They were
Daughters.
We beat Shepherd's
Two of
Town.
them, yes, two are older and a high school and the youngest one.
And somebody else getting in the third. They were 3-6. And the state basketball was undefeated. He
Oh,
was
see,
waiting
wait.
on state baseball.
You ready?
Yeah,
we're ready. Mr. Park, saw you.
Sorry about that. Well, as you can see there by when I printed out the PowerPoint slides, it's very easy to read. So, no, but you'll be able to see the slides up here, and if you want to take any notes by the slides that we have there, that'd be fine. So the first part there, in terms of grades, in terms of the senior class, as of right now, we have 0 that are, looking like they're not gonna graduate. One's kind of iffy, but we've had meetings with that parent, the parent there and things of that nature, so it should be okay. In terms of middle school, this year was nice. We had certified, all of our teachers were certified. It's quite a change going from the elementary school to the middle school in terms of, the sciences and whatnot. As you can see there, I said about a learning curve. Because at the elementary school, I worked in elementary school there. I was an assistant principal there as well, but the kids need to advocate for themselves more in the middle school level than they do at the elementary level. So it's kind of a learning curve at the start, but they're starting to come around. But as I said, having the certified teachers there is good. Getting them used to the rigor, it takes a couple months for them to settle in and, with middle school, preparing them for high school. Moving forward, we have SAT meetings. Ms. Orndorff, our guidance counselor, does a great job with PEP meetings, and that's basically looking into the future after schooling, what kids' interests, what they want to do, trying to get their schedule for high school lined up with what they're going for, in college classes as well. Grade checks, we meet with the teachers and even in the SAT meetings as well, constantly keeping up with the grade checks, running D&F reports to see who's failing, having those meetings, making phone calls home, etc. Bar block meetings, we have those weekly. The teachers meet and discuss any type of concerns. They typically bring up 3 kids every meeting, and my assistant principal, Ms. Baker, and I work those meetings weekly. So that way we can see what's going on in the classroom. And we can fill them in on maybe what's going on outside the classroom. So the bar meetings are very helpful. Monthly middle school incentives, we, Miss Ruddle, or Miss Parker, I should say. Miss Parker, our communities and schools person, she came up with, it looks like a credit card. And they get a certain amount of money on this credit card, I think it's like 500 or something. Things like disruption, not following directions, so on and so forth. The teacher will take the credit card and take money off the credit card. They have to have a certain amount of credit to take part in the middle school incentives at the end of each month. So that's been helpful. Quarterly high school incentives, we base that on attendance, discipline, and grades. And, you know, they go to the bowling alley, they go to movies, things of that nature. And what that would do is if someone gets suspended from school, that excludes them. Someone's not, you know, in terms of their grades, someone's failing classes, that excludes them, so it's not everyone involved there.
What do you do with those students on those days?
They just go to the regular classes. So they just have a regular class day that day. Students of the week, month moving forward in terms of middle school, even the high school, we have students of the month every month. For high school and middle school, we recognize those kids. The teachers decide who those kids are going to be. And then we, you know, recognize those kids, and we have some businesses that donate some things, and we give them to the kids. Moving forward, over at Petersburg High School, a thing that we used to do, I think Miss Campbell did it as well when she, you know, took over at Petersburg, was grade sheets. And what these were, we went into, well, in this case, it'll be Schoology. What we did for the middle school is we printed out all the missing assignments. So I would go down to middle school lunch, and rather than doing recess, if they had a missing assignment, they'd be working on that missing assignment until they had all their assignments complete. That's one thing we're looking into doing there next year. Benchmark data, if you want to look there at the handout, you can see we improved. Not the improvement that we wanted, but that really wasn't the kids' fault. It had a lot to do with the weather. In terms of January, we were not in school that much at all, and we had to try and meet the deadline for the benchmarking. So we kind of, I wouldn't say rushed it, but to try and fit it in and get the kids back in the classroom, we had all the kids go to the auditorium in terms of high school kids to do the benchmark. Moving forward, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to have all the kids in the classrooms, in the different assigned classrooms, taking their benchmarks there, just like they do the PSAT and SAT test. We have what's called Cougar Time. It's the end of the day. It's time for kids like to make up their work. We had a program called On to College. What this specifically was test taking, like test taking strategies, so on and so forth. We had an interventionist, and Miss Hubbard, she did a great job with our middle school kids. We had the new Zella program that basically was them reading articles and going with their reading levels and adjusting, so on and so forth. Obviously, we had the Horizon and GSA materials there. Learning teams looking at data, seeing how they can improve their instruction, and seeing what the kids might need help with. Data meetings and folders. I created folders for every single kid in the school based on their benchmark data, based on their, we haven't got the full data back yet, but based on their benchmark data. And the kids met with those Cougar Time teachers to create goals. Like, where do we go from here? What did you struggle with? So on and so forth. Moving forward, we're going to have, rather than Cougar Time next year, it's going to be an 8-period, it's going to be an official class, but we're going to have an intervention built in. So kids will cycle through this intervention. This is going to be based on specifically on the Horizon benchmark score. So if the kid scores very low or struggles with one thing, they'll meet with that math teacher for maybe like 6 weeks and take another mini benchmark that we created. If they pass that mini benchmark, then they get to go to their regular class. So it's like a reward for them to, so we're going to put them in intervention groups. We have that built in for language arts and math for next year. And as I said, the benchmark data there. Student attendance, average daily attendance, 93.8. It was 92.4 last year. As of right, the last time I checked, it was highest in the county. So that's good. So kids wanted to come to school. Our goal for this year was between 91 and 93%. Once again, moving forward, we do the middle school and high school incentives quarterly and monthly. We're thinking about doing like a weekly homeroom challenge and maybe Homework passes, something along those lines for them, like the home room that does the best. Marshall walkthroughs, all teachers at least 3 done with talks. We did what was called 10-minute talks. So you go in, you observe the teacher, you do the walkthrough, and then they explain to you what the kids were trying to learn, maybe what they can do better next time. So it's like a reflection for them. I'm not doing any of the talking. They're doing the talking. They're kind of reflecting on their own teaching. Moving forward, exit interviews. At the end of the year, I did these ever since I've been an administrator. It's kind of like where you go over their evaluation with them, but I also do an exit interview. And it's, once again, just a reflection on them. What's one thing you can improve on? What's one thing you might change? What were some of your successes? So it's a reflection on their, like a yearly reflection on their teaching. Discipline, 59 referrals this year, which isn't bad. We've had 4 fights the whole year, which, it is very, very good. And I think a lot of that comes back to relationships. Going back to my time as an administrator down in, Anne Arundel County area, you find out quick how relationships can help you or hurt you. So, and our teachers do an excellent job at building those relationships. Discipline updates, just a couple little things here. Next year, in terms of middle school, high school, they're going to be on the same schedule. So rather than having a middle school schedule and then a high school schedule, a couple minutes off, everyone will be on the same school schedule next year. Bathroom checks during every teacher's planning, at the beginning of their planning, I create a schedule for them to do bathroom checks, just to, pop in, make sure everything's kosher, so to say. Updated rules with the middle school. We put in some updated rules there. Like during lunch, only 1 kid's allowed in the bathroom. During transitions with middle school, only 1 kid allowed in the bathroom. No cell phones at the middle school level, and then with the high school, no cell phones during instruction. Child nutrition, breakfast count is up, lunch count steady. Monica Orndorff does an excellent job up in the hallway with the bag breakfast, like I won't say harassing kids, but getting them to take her breakfast. And obviously, if you've ever eaten food over our school or been to the cafeteria, our cafeteria is top notch in terms of Miss Nancy and the ladies there. They do an excellent job.
Who replaced Brenda Miller?
Well, it's going to be someone. I think it's going to be someone new from the elementary school for next year. Yeah, I think she's coming up from the elementary school. But yeah, Miss Nancy runs a tight ship over there. She does an excellent job with the cafeteria.
Kids love it.
Yep. Parent involvement community, just being transparent. Facebook, all calls, if you look at our Facebook page, celebrating the good things going on in East Hardy High School. Once again, it goes back to relationships. We're all in this together. Did you get that all call last night?
Mhm.
Okay. Did it make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. And moving forward, parent-teacher conferences, possibly maybe even adding some more dates in there for that, so everyone's on the same page. Transportation, knock on wood, so we'll just leave it at that. So it's been going very well. I think overall, I've had 2 bus referrals the entire year, and they were just for kids chewing gum and another kid's out of their seat. So overall, that's been great. School finances, Miss Rudy does an excellent job with our finances at the school. 0 findings, and except for like the ticket taking, we've been working on that, getting more people to take tickets, because there before Mr. Hodges was the one taking tickets for all the events. So we've gotten some different people there. School culture, staff morale, third year since Ms. Baker and I took over. Trust is a huge thing in any business, and especially at the school level. Going back to being transparent, stressing academic achievement, and just trying to, get make everyone feel involved. And it says there at the bottom, as you all know, relationships can run or ruin buildings. Social emotional, EHAWS has a caseload at our school. They do a great job over there. Miss Orndorff, our guidance counselor, does an excellent job. Miss Parker, she had a kid, so she hasn't been there for a couple, months or so. So Miss Orndorff's been really picking up the slack there in terms of meeting with the kids. And, Miss Baker's did an excellent job, and I've had to meet with some of the kids as well. Bar team meetings, I-time lessons. So the bar team meetings, as I said, they meet weekly to talk about concerns with kids, come up with any type of intervention that might help. Kids seem sad, or, anything. The teachers communicate about this, and then they take action. I-time lessons, just relationship building, how to behave, how to act. They do weekly I-time lessons. Maybe it could be like a different perspective, like I have this perspective on something, but everyone has different perspectives. And Deputy Shipe, our SRO, he does an excellent job. In terms, he's always in the classrooms, but the big time, and any of you have been former admin know, lunch duty is a great time to build a relationship with the kids. Jimmy Shipe does an excellent job being down there at the lunches, helping Miss Nancy, but building those relationships with the kids, and the kids trust him. They know they can go to him. School cleanliness, our custodians do an excellent job. Cherie, TJ, and Ashley do an excellent job there. That's one of the first things people say when they come into East Hardy. Wow, this school's the prettiest school I've ever seen. This is the nicest looking school I've ever seen. So I kind of make it clear to the seventh grade, the new seventh graders, at the very first time they meet me, we do a bump up day where the elementary and sixth grade comes up, and I make it clear. I ask them, what did you notice about this school? Oh, it's clean. It's so clean, and the hall, everything's so clean. I say, well, next year when you get here, if it's not as clean as now, who do you think might be able? Who would I blame for that? And they kind of get the point. But kids take pride in our school in terms of the cleanliness, picking up after themselves, so on and so forth. Staff support and attendance at school functions. Obviously, we have the East Hardy High School Facebook page. We have our website that's updated all the time. I try not to blister parents all calls, but any type of pertinent information, we do send that out. The community, over in East Hardy, everyone, it's like the school's the community and the community is the school. That's the draw of East Hardy. It's just, someone asked me about, the East Hardy job and all this stuff, and I just said it's just different over there. And those of you that have been to East Hardy and maybe even worked there or been there, you see it's different. And, like Orrin, you've been over there lately, and it's just different, you can't explain it, but it's just different. And that goes back once again to relationships, building those trusting relationships with parents, the teachers, and the kids.
There's a closeness over there that you don't find.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't really, you just feel it. You can't really explain it. It's just a feel. Like when we did that, when we did the holiday luncheon.
Oh, yeah. That's
I mean,
the best day of the year over there.
The kids, they were like adults. Food was great. We had a nice time.
Yeah.
Coaching, our coaches for the most part do an excellent job. We've been very successful in terms of here lately with basketball, volleyball, and that says a lot for, in terms of the number of kids we have in our school being competitive, anything like that. Extracurricular, we have various clubs that the teachers run themselves. We have that. Impact of personnel changes. Just looking at our special ed, right now we have 2 special ed teachers to run 6th grade level, so that makes that makes a crunch in terms of scheduling and things of that nature. Retirements, we had Mr. I retire, and Brenda Miller retired. But with positions, we kind of combined the positions moving into next year, middle school science and high school math, and then we have a Spanish and library position heading into next year. And that's a picture I took yesterday. No, I'm just kidding. That's it.
If you were to do something physical to your school, what would it be?
Oh, put a pool now. I was gonna say put a pool in. If I was to do something physical to the school, like in terms of outside or inside.
Just whatever, like we had some say they paint in the school, we had some that said they'd make a courtyard, just whatever you think that physically could be done to your school to make it better.
I mean, a courtyard would be nice, but, going back to what I said in terms of cleanliness of our school, I mean, our school is top notch in terms of, always, custodians take it personally. Like, I have my custodians calling me almost in tears. Sorry, Derek, I can't make it. I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. You'll be fine. We'll manage. So they take it very personally. Our kids do too. But yeah, like maybe a courtyard would be nice, just like when the upperclassmen are in lunch, after they get done eating lunch, or maybe just be able to sit out there on the benches or something, that would be great.
They started some picnic tables at the back of the auditorium. Is that
Yeah,
where
by
it
the art
was?
room, yeah. And I know the art teacher does take, her kids out there, like when they're doing, projects or whatever. I know she did a project this year with, like, I think leaves. She took the leaves out there and the kids were out there, so.
Where could you put a courtyard,
That's a good question.
other than right there at the end of the building?
The other one could be, how you go around the back of school and you're driving and there's that like wooded area and there's those old buildings there. That would be a spot for it, like right there. I mean, you might have to put stairs or something up too there, but I mean, that would be a prime spot for it. I just think if we put it right next to like the windows of the classrooms, that would be a
There would be a
distraction.
distraction,
But
yeah.
if you put it up there, on that other little area, that would be good.
What about, greenhouse this year? Is Mrs. Kestner?
Yes.
The greenhouse?
Yep. Yeah, and I think she just started taking kids out there, I think last week. And then it got like really, really cold.
Mhm.
Even today, yesterday was really nice, and then today was a little bit different.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, guys.
Did you tell us the tree thing?
Yes.
Okay.
So far, yes.
So far, yes.
Good deal.
We have a motion to adjourn at 2:51.
So moved.
Thank you, guys.
Motion is second, all those in
Yep.
favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. No?